Pa ja ne znam, ja sam pričala s predsjednikom, sredit ćemo to...
Ja zaista ne znam šta vi hoćete od...
Pa litijum, to se kopa, siđe se dole i to tako, ide.
Pogleda radite, sve kaže, a? To iz budžeta, pa da, a to ko zna koja ruka, kaže, trebalo obećano je 5, ali ko zna koja ruka, 5. Majel na 3. Pa da, bilo je ti neka probica na ovom gigantskom partneru. Da, sve.
Neće još nikad da ga pozovu.
Ma ne ga pozovu opet, što ima veze.
Kaka je on budala, da, dobili su temu.
Slušaj, ako su ga već splatili, boli ga patka uze kintu.
Wow, je uzeo kintu 2000 dinara.
Ima neki dobar živo da se jede, pije, on je tamo.
Dovoljno.
Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel.
Možda da ga upoznam sa mojim dobrim prijateljem.
Welcome to my channel.
Džaba, a?
Oni isto voli džaba.
Vidiš mi kako se obuku, ko žensku bundu da ima ispod ovoga.
Pričam da ja s Kesiću, Zeza ga nešto igra, pingovi mu skaču. Ja mu kažem, možda ti je neki port zatvoren. Najbolji internet u Srbiji, da, šta može internet da... Kažem, čovjek, može ti je port, neki koji potreban da radi bolje konekciju. Može, to unutra, otkud znam. A jo. A stvarno, njemu ping ide do 200. Ne znaš što je mlađa generacija, sad ti ko napad, evo te, čim mu kažeš još? Ovako je cool lik, ali da, je neki, baš. Pogotovo kad sluša Milana, A Milan laže pa nas tu. Znaš?
Milan laže?
Da, onu njegovu ploču i procesor, kao te on to meni da preda. Ja mu kažem, ja sam ti rekao kakva je situacija i za koga mi to treba. Ti si rekao, ne može tako. A hoći da, znaš, da navede ko da ja to ne... Ako je on htio da učini uslugu, koja je to on srdačan, to. Pa bez zezanja.
That's a lot of money. Losing 30 fucking percent. So it declines by 31% to under $1 billion. That's insane. So Ubisoft has regained has released the financial results of the 9 months ending in December 31st, 2024, reporting significant declines, oh boy, in revenues and net bookings. The firm remains optimistic, however, with the upcoming release of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Pre-sales of the title are reportedly to be tracking solidly and on par with the franchise's second highest earner, Odyssey. Didn't they say that about Star Wars Outlaw? Like, I don't know, guys. I feel like we've been hearing this a lot, and I don't know what to say. Yeah, Odyssey would be so good. Yeah, what is this? The numbers. So revenue is down by 31%. Net bookings are down by 34%. Digital net bookings are down by 33%. Back catalog net bookings are only down by 27%. Oh my God. Despite a, wait, so this is a total of 51.8% decline?
The struggle for managed democracy continues. We have no time
The decline year on year in net bookings for Q3. Fuck. Ubisoft highlighted that this was in line with its revised expectation. Well, it was in line? I mean, like, this is like saying the plane is gonna crash, and the plane crashes, and you're saying, well, this was in line with our expectations. Nothing to see here. Oh, yes, of course, this is what would happen. Yes, of course, the plane will crash. Yes, the train will derail. It's just how it is. Yeah, you're short-sighted. Am I? I think they are. I think that they spent 10 years, or probably better part of the better part of 10 years, taking all of the goodwill that they had with the market and then trying to extract as much value out of it as possible. And then they created a very, very high net worth for their company that then they were unable to capitalize on afterwards because of how predatory the content was. So, no, I don't think this is me being short-sighted. I think this is the outcome of them being short-sighted. And also, like, are we really going to expect... So, Assassin's Creed Shadows, let's see how much sales is it going to make. So, revenue is going to be 31,000. So, let's assume that Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be one-third of their total revenue. So, it basically has to go to, if it's down by 31%, so we're looking like a $1.2 billion difference, right? So that's $400 million. Is Assassin's Creed Shadows going to sell 400 million copies? So you do the logic and you think about what the numbers for that are. So if it's selling for $70 and you need to make $400 million, and we'll assume that you're making $40. Actually, let's assume $30 out of that $70 is pure profit, right? Just to make this easy. Actually, we're talking about revenue, not profit. Let's actually assume that 60. Now, let's assume 45. I think 45 is 45 sound good. But like, let's say 45% revenue. So 45% revenue. Now we have to do the calculator. So we need to have 400.
Howdy, fellas.
Tagging location. Calling down support weapon. Dropping a pin. Southwest.
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting orbital strike. Throwing.
Turning down equipment package.
Light for Super 8. Supplies. Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters.
Calling in an Eagle.
Enemy patrol. Southeast. I'll take it.
Sending in an Eagle. Requesting orbital.
Meteors.
Requesting air support. Firing
Dropping the gas on them.
Okay, yeah.
Impaler.
Sending in an eagle.
Calling down fortifications. I'm on the terminal. Requesting orbital strike! Sample collected. Engaging terminal. I got the terminal. Affirmative. Thank you. Freedom.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
It's really them.
Dropping a pin.
Yeah,
Northeast.
it's us.
Far.
Rare sample acquired. Going in.
Gas strike incoming.
Tagging location. Southeast. Calling down a pin. Enemy control. North.
Roger.
Requesting vehicle.
Heavy. Question mark.
I'm dead.
Reinforcing.
Left tunnel free. Requesting air support.
Requesting fortifications.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh no.
Calling in orbital strike.
Almost done.
Requesting air support.
Orbital inbound.
Easy.
Thank you.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Calling down a support weapon.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Calling down supplies. Tagging map east. Far.
You can cancel if you release.
Requesting orbital
Dropping
strike.
gas, watch it. T1. Go back, go back. Go back, go back. Gas. Roger. Do you have a car? If you give me a car, I can find you the samples in like a minute.
New mag.
If the car don't flip. Oh lord. Is that your friend?
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Oh, he didn't make a cut, I guess.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Tagging location. North. Never mind.
Stealth enemy. Right in front of us.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh brother.
Tagging map. Southwest. Close.
Marking
Stalker
location.
nest.
East.
I see. I see.
Thank you.
Need assistance.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Calling in orbital strike.
Well, thanks anyway.
You're welcome.
They're calling reinforcement.
Bug tunnel free.
I'm gonna bomb that shit.
Heavy. Southeast.
I got him.
Position.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh,
Calling in reinforcement.
Reinforcing.
well. I have to say no bug kill me. What the fucking hell? It just appeared out of nothing. I got a cure for these bugs.
Ready to liberate. Requesting orbital
Take
strike.
that.
Throwing supply
Allied
beacon.
destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Calling down fortifications.
Welcome, welcome.
Heavy. Northeast. 50 meters.
Requesting sentry.
Heavy. Northeast.
Calling down a
50
sentry.
meters. You will never destroy our way of life.
Possibly dead. Nice try, asshole. What the hell? Is the game lagging a bit?
Reporting to the front. Requesting sentry. Dropping a pin, northwest, 100 meters.
Dropping a pin, west, 100 meters. Heavy, northwest, close.
Calling in reinforcement. Heavy, north requesting orbital strike.
Impaler. Soon to be dead, Impaler.
Reinforcing. Calling down a
We
vehicle.
brought a lot of shit here.
Tagging map, northwest, 50 meters.
Got equipment. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling in reinforcement.
Dropping a pin.
Oh lord.
Democracy has landed. Support weapon.
Extraction is available.
Tagging map, northwest, 300 meters.
Tagging map. Northeast.
I
50
think
meters.
super sample maybe. This.
Tagging location. Northeast.
Yes, yes, yes. Go find it.
It is, it is. I see the sample. That's it, guys. We got it.
Oh, nice. Let's finish the mission.
Dropping a pin.
Sure, sure.
100 meters. Affirmative. Barry. Calling.
Oh. Oh my lord.
Heavy. Southeast.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Joining the fray. Have a taste of democracy.
Run, run. Trust me, run. Oof.
Affirmative. Calling in orbital strike.
Eat this. Watch for the ice cloud.
Heavy. Southeast.
This guy. Impaler. Oof.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Ammo boxes.
Fly. Fire in the hole. Requesting fortification. location.
Oops.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Point me to the enemy.
Southwest, cancel that.
Marking location northeast.
Coming behind us.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Direction east. Guys, east.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
East.
Get out of here.
T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Oh.
Throwing supply beacon. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
I believe they said
Injury? What injury?
no, no, no.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
I got killed by 5 times, but not from bugs. As I said.
Liberty is victorious once more. Democracy conquers all.
Managed democracy calls for aid. Only you can answer, Helldiver. The bridge is yours, Helldiver. Take us to the fight.
gentlemen. Good luck.
$100 million. And so you need to sell that divided by 40. How many copies do you need to sell? 10 million copies to break even. How many copies did the last Assassin's Creed sell? Great question. Okay, Creed Valhalla. Sales. No, that'll come up, right?
I need a problem.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla made over $1 billion. How many copies did it sell? It sold over 20 million. Copies. So if it is on track to the sales, it can actually. Oh no, Mirage. No, they didn't say that. They compared it to Valhalla. Let's scroll up and look at it again together. Where is it? Give me a minute. Oh, Odyssey. I'm glad we looked at it together. 10 million copies. So if it sells over, okay, so it sold over 10 million copies worldwide. And I would also assume that when Assassin's Creed Odyssey came out, what was the year that it was released? Actually, why am I even asking this? I can literally just click on it. It's good. 2018. So I'm also going to assume that Assassin's Creed Odyssey probably had less microtransactions than Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which would assume that, and I would also assume that Assassin's Creed Shadows will have an equivalent amount of microtransactions as Valhalla did. Okay, no, it didn't. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm wrong about that. And so, okay, so if they sold 10 million copies, Odyssey had more. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, and then people are telling me that I was short-sighted. Okay, yeah, I didn't play the game, so I'm not sure. I just assumed since, like, you know, I feel like things have gotten worse over time, but apparently not. Ubisoft has been a trailblazer. And so, oh, wow. 36 monthly active users. Across console and PC. As for playtime sessions, these rose by 4% and 7%. Early previews haven't. Wait, what? The increase in revenues will hinge on the launch of Shadows. Early previews have been positive, praising its narrative and immersive experience, with both characters playing critical roles in the game's storyline. Well, if both characters play critical roles in the game's storyline, why did you come out and say that you didn't need to play both characters in order to experience the story? That's interesting. Anyway, as well as the quality and complementarity of the gameplay provided from the dual protagonist approach. I want to commend the incredible talent. Yeah, sure. Okay. What about the engine? Well, I don't know. And these are also game journalist reviews. So, will it sell 10 million copies? Will Assassin's Creed Shadows sell 10 million copies? I think that it will probably sell between 4 and 6 million, if I had to guess. And that's a very optimistic projection. Now, I could be totally off on this, but I think it's going to be between 4 and 6, 12 months out. That's my guess. You can clip it, and we'll find out whether I'm right. and maybe check out the other sales. And then also, here's the other problem. It's that the last previous games for Ubisoft have all sold very badly. And I've shown this graph before, but I'll pull it up again just so we can keep, you know, make sure everybody's on the same page here. So Path of Exile is a game that has had numerous ups and downs, and obviously these are leaks. So this is probably the best point of reference that I have to explain a point. My point is that past performance is an indicator of future performance, and people judge credibility and basically like their trust in a game based off of the last previous releases. Lake of Calandra was actually a very badly received league. A lot of people did not like Lake of Calandra. There were a lot of problems with this league, and consequently Sanctum, that was actually an incredibly well-received league that almost everybody liked. And you can see also by the fall-off, how the fall-off is much, much stronger for Sanctum. Or the fall-off, there's less fall-off for Sanctum than there is for Lake of Calandra. Because Sanctum was such a good league, then it basically multiplied into Crucible League that was also a pretty good league, and then that made that many more people play Crucible League. So what happens is that people build up trust in the game company after the game company releases quality games one after another. Like, okay, well, the last game that they brought out was good, so now I think this game is going to be good. Here's a great example, The Witcher 4. I think that CD Projekt Red did me right as a consumer with Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. I think they did. I think that both of these games are amazing, even though, let's be honest, I haven't finished either one of them. I already feel like they were incredible games. So because of that, I give them the benefit of the doubt, and I would probably be willing to buy Witcher 4. I mean, obviously I'm going to pre-order and buy the game because I'm a streamer, but if I wasn't, I would still buy the game very quickly after seeing reviews, right? I would go into it with the expectation that it's going to be a high-quality game. It's the same thing with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out, and let's take a look at how that game's doing. Look at that. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has a massive amount of people playing it. Still, it's reaching over, and this is a single-player game, by the way. It reached a peak of 250,000 players, and the reason why is the previous game they released was a very, very high-quality game that people were very excited about. So what I'm trying to do, like, create a pattern for is that people base their confidence and whether they're going to buy a game based off of the last game. And here's another great example, one more. Dragonflight. So Shadowlands was a very, very bad expansion. A lot of people hated Shadowlands in World of Warcraft. Caused a ton of people to quit the game, and it was basically like the fucking apocalypse of WoW. It was like the beginning of the end of WoW, unironically. Dragonflight was a much better expansion in a lot of ways, and it actually solved a lot of the problems that Shadowlands had, and it was innovative in a lot of ways that were unique. But not as many people played it. At least it seems like to me. And there wasn't as many sales for it. Now, obviously, COVID multiplied Shadowlands a lot. That being said, it still didn't sell that well. And I think that now what you're seeing is that because Dragonflight did well, you see a lot of people that are still invested in the War Within. Because Dragonflight, people felt like they were treated right, and with the War Within, people are maintaining engagement levels that are high. So you can see how there's a ripple effect of products, and a previous product's performance affects a future product's life cycle. Like, and like, there's dozens of them, right? Like, have I made enough examples where this is an established fact that we can just move on from? Yeah, hopefully, right? Yes, okay, good, great. Let's move on. So the point is that Assassin's Creed Valhalla made over $1 billion. Big dick, right? Big dick game, amazing game. I remember watching Shroud play this game. What are the recent
I've made it without you.
Ubisoft game releases? Okay, so latest releases.
Oh god. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh. Jesus. Oh, good thing I shut down the studio. Oh fuck, man.
And so the crew's bad? Well, here's what I'm saying. So let's look at these games and let's see what the reception was from players. How about that? Let's go to Metacritic. And let's look at Star Wars Outlaws. .3, not so good. Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. 7, decent, but it seems like there's not really a lot of people playing it. Skull and Bones, you already know. 2. And The Crew, Motorfest. Relatively well received. Why even test the games? What I'm saying is that Ubisoft has had a pattern of releases that have not instilled faith in the company. And also, I want to look at this from the perspective of stock. You see,
Minimed. Welcome
this is
to
a
my
bad
channel.
line. It's a really bad line to have. This is so like if you're running a company and you have this line,
Ako je bivši kolega.
you're gonna be stressed. You should be stressed out.
Ne radim
You should
više
be
u
really
Topoli
stressed.
već
You'd be
10
like,
godina.
Fuck, oh god.
Pravim tortilje za, da kažemo, za leba. To mi je zarad. Kako ti? Jesi weekend streamer ili hobby streamer? To jest profi, pitanje profi. Ovo. Udri. Bam. Ajde više izlaste.
Impressive, unfortunately.
Bolje nego onaj čoravi lightning shine.
Oh, it's not good, right? 3 days, this company will be gone. 5 year. Look at Capcom stuff. Yeah, and yeah, sure. I'll see how Capcom's doing. Oh, wow. Wow, what's this? Whoa, what happened? Whoa, God, what did they do? What are they doing? That's a good line. You look at this line, it's a good line. You see that line, it's a bad line. And you can tell because one's going down and the other one's going up. Green is good, red is bad. It's that simple. And so you see this, and I'm not trying to make a perspective. This is what gamers want. This is I'm the czar of video gaming. No, this is, and 5 years. Oh shit! Look at this. This is bad, bro. It $2.32. It hasn't been that bad since 2013 in May. That's over 10 years. 10 years of sucking dicks. That's a lot of dicks. Wrong one. You don't please don't think you're smart. Please stop it. And so anyway, Yeah, and that's also not even accounting for inflation. That's a lot of dicks. That's a lot of dicks. So, Dragon's Dogma, yeah, Capcom released Dragon's Dogma. That game kind of sucked. I was really upset about that. I love that guy. Dude, I was expecting Dragon's Dogma 2 to be my next Elden Ring. I was expecting that to be like my more tactile, you know, in between Monster Hunter and Elden Ring. That was gonna be my fucking game. And I did put 100 hours into the game, okay? I'm not going to say it's awful. It was a fun game. But that being said, you know, it could have been a lot better. And so, yeah, really, like, they got to really... If they released a DLC for it, the size of Iceborne, they could make Dragon's Dogma 2 a great game. They could make Dragon's Dogma great again. But as it stands right now... You know, maybe if it's like 30, 40 bucks, I'd recommend buying it. It's fun for that much money. But, you know, it really isn't, it isn't what it should have been. And so anyway, let's move on. Ubisoft is into shit. They've released bad games for like 3 or 4 years now.
I can't stand the smell of fish.
If you think that just because you release a new Assassin's Creed, all of the people that bought Odyssey and Valhalla are going to come back and say, "Oh!" We need to stop relying. Like, I think a lot of these really big companies rely on this, like, hidden market of people that don't even watch YouTube. The only way they hear about video games is in commercials, in commercial breaks, in between football games. And like, this is their audience. And if you're trying to sell FIFA, good idea. If you're trying to sell COD, that'll work. And Diablo 4, it seems like it kind of worked too. But with Assassin's Creed, I'm not sure if that's going to happen. So, yeah, shitty, DEI, no, these are people that don't even know. They don't even know what DEI means. DEI, like, what the fuck is DEI? Like, they don't even know what that is. Like, these are just like the normal, average, fucking Walmart Americans who haven't heard the word. Yeah, FPS console Andes. And so, yeah, Valhalla's the worst Assassin's Creed game. I can see why you say that based off of my understanding of it, but I haven't played any of them, so I don't really know. And I'm going to let you guys know, I'm going to be going into Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I hope now that, you know, with Avowed, I made a lot of negative, like, let's look at it. Let's look at it. Just, we'll give it a real quick. So, Avowed is not looking good. Avowed team is full of psychos. The Avowed drama is weird. If I was Avowed's director, I'd be worried now. Game director has lost his fucking mind. Modern audience will love this one. Well, this is probably about something else. I played the game, and I thought it was actually relatively good. They farm you so much, they do. I'm a professional. Here's the thing. I hope that with my coverage of these games, that you guys can respect that I will give the most authentic and fair representation of a video game that I'm going to play. Even if it contradicts what I have been saying for months. I will give you a fair shake. And if Assassin's Creed Shadows is a good game, I'll be the first person to tell you. But I'm going to play it. And it true for you did for Astrobot? Yeah, I did. I did for Astrobot. I did for other games as well. And so I will go into it with a fair viewpoint, and I try to be as authentic and accurate as possible because I think that's what people want. I think at the end of the day, nobody wants some fucking culture warrior that's going to sit there and deduct points for fucking pronouns and all this bullshit just to score little minor things like the Kingdom Come Deliverance thing. Like, most people just want to play a fucking game that's not annoying, right? So unless it's in your face like Dragon Age, nobody's really going to give a fuck about it, right? And at the same time, nobody also cares about the diversity quota in the game either. Space Marine 2. How many women were in Space Marine 2? Who cares? It doesn't matter. And it was a great game. So I don't give a fuck about it either way. I am a gameplay first kind of guy. That is always going to be my focus. Now, I'll talk about social issues surrounding games. I think that they matter a lot. But at the end of the day, they are not my deciding factor for buying or not buying the game. That's it. And so anyway, drop the truth. Yeah, that's just how it is. And I've been fair with everything. And I think that I have been. Have they tried to force Space Marines to have women? Yeah, apparently they did away with that. And I think it wasn't even Space Marines. It was like the Astartes, which were no, Custodes, which were different because they were like blessed by like the Emperor's power or something like that. So there wasn't the same component of a like fucking like a trial that a female couldn't go through. But I don't remember all the lore, right? So I don't want to discuss that. My point is that Ubisoft losing. This is the biggest cope sentence that I've ever read. Despite us losing over half of our money, we're in line with the expectation.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Great. Well, next time I have my Uber driver tell me that they're gonna drive me somewhere, and I see on the map, oh, looks like we're gonna be driving through this Taco Bell. Okay. Well, hey, I mean, I can't give the guy a 4-star review now. He's got to have a 5-star. I mean, he said he'd take me through the fucking Taco Bell, and he drove right through the fucking bitch. So yeah, there it is. The expectation was shit. Yeah, it was. And so they didn't expect much, it seemed. Yeah. Why invest if your expectations are so low? I think they're investing a lot into Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they think that it's going to be massively popular. I don't think that it will be. I think that there's been too much negative attention and negative press about it. And the big difference between Assassin's Creed Shadows and Avowed is that the Avowed drama was pretty much all about that one guy. That one asshole, weird art director guy. Just a weird fucking dickhead, right? Almost none of it was really about the game. But the difference is that Assassin's Creed Shadows, a lot of the criticism's about the fucking game. That's the issue. Yeah, it's also a known IP. Yeah, no, definitely, right? It's the art director. Yeah, definitely. People were begging for Assassin's Creed set in Japan for over a decade. The idea was correct. The execution is not. Reviews are stock for are stock for gamers, sir.
Impressive.
Are stock not for gamers, sir. I don't know what that means. Sorry.
I could use some assistance.
Have you heard about the new Chinese movie? It's already grossing. No, I haven't seen that at all. And do you think the negative press will have a positive impact? No, it won't. I think the idea, there's a lot of cope that people have. Negative press only has a positive impact if the negative press is wrong.
This is too sudden. This doesn't
that's the reality. It will only have a positive impact if it's wrong. So yeah, reviews are not for gamers. Reviews are for gamers. Absolutely they are. I knew it. They need more open world and live service games in order to get those numbers up. Definitely not a creativity problem. 2024 video games they released are Star Wars Outlaws, Skull and Bones, X Defiant, and Prince of Persia. So yeah, this one was massively undersold. This one was like, make Star Wars Outlaws look like a fucking massive success. X Defiant got shut down, and then they shut down the entire studio that made Prince of Persia. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Oh, I'm sure that's what it's gonna be. Yeah, any press is good press and negative. Well, so any press is good press if, like, it's true with
the product like is
me,
good.
Because a lot of times things that I say are misrepresented. But the problem is that when things that you say aren't misrepresented, and then people go and they watch it for themselves and they say, wow, this really is as bad as people are saying, then it's a problem. That's the issue. So yeah, From Software Cloud to make Warrior with them with Majora's Mask version. Yeah, I don't know if they're ever gonna make a new one, right? Shadow's gameplay looks so bad. It does not look good. The gameplay does not look good. And Ubisoft lost $420 million in revenue. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. They lost over an, yes, basically they lost an entire Concord. That's insane. I think that they're gonna have to do something drastic with the company. I do. I think that unless Assassin's Creed Shadows totally shatters my expectations and completely proves me wrong, I think they're going to have to do something tremendous and like very different with the entire company in order to maintain it. How many copies do you predict Shadows will sell? Within 1 year, it will sell 4 to 6 million. That's my guess. IGN has completely crashed out. Oh, jeez.
Here we go again.
What's so sad about this to me is that I've gotten a lot of shit for this, but I actually think that IGN is the best one. And I think IGN is problematic. I'm not a fan of IGN with everything, but at the same time, I think that IGN is it's the best bad one, right? Wrong opinion? Well, like which group, which publication is better than IGN? I think they're better than Kotaku. I think they're better than Polygon. I think they're better than PC Gamer. I think they're better than Eurogamer. GameRanks, GameSpot. I don't really know them very well. I can't have an opinion on that. So maybe you could be right. Donkey? Yeah, true. Well, we're not considering YouTubers. I'm looking at other, like, more mainstream publications. Anyway, let's watch this.
Cecil!
7 out of 10.
Cecil?
Never did I ever think I would see the day that we would see a games journalist crash out on social media and just say,
really? You never thought that would happen?
Something that's haunted the coast for generations. It uses the
you never really never thought.
I haven't seen one since. That doesn't matter.
Quiet part out
You
loud.
need to help me.
That they are going to reduce the scores of games in the future if those games do not align with their personal politics or their personal ideology. It's never been said until now. We live in a world with such little accountability and responsibility that what happened to professionalism? Where did it go? What happened?
People think that their ideology is more important than professionalism, and that by fulfilling their ideology, they are achieving a higher goal. So they throw professionalism out the window because they think that they're justified to do it. That's the reason. That's what happened to professionalism.
Just doing your job. How do you not recognize that when you are in a public forum and you are using the credentials of your employer at IGN, at PC Gamer, in your bio, you are representing that company. You are using their authority that they have given to you, and you are using the engagement that has been afforded to you because of your relationship with them to go out and propagate your ideas and say these kind of things.
I think he actually brings up a really good point with this, and this is something that I agree with a lot, is that a lot of these people, they take the credibility from these companies and then they use it to enact their own worldview. And I find that to be like, that's very different than like an individual that's sharing their like personal viewpoints on social media. When they're saying that I'm going to co-opt this organization or this group that I'm a part of and then use it as a tool to push this agenda. That's a big difference.
Reflects on them. That reflects on your fellow writers. You don't care about that.
No.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't understand how people can even come to this. I don't understand how they could think that
you just live in an echo chamber of people that always agree with you and nobody ever tells you that you're wrong. So
like
simple. Super simple.
And it makes a lot of sense as to why a lot of people don't find game journalism all that relevant anymore. Because they see that they don't respect their job, they don't respect their fellow writers, and they definitely don't respect their audience. They're constantly trying to attack them. They're pridefully admitting an abuse of power.
Yep.
They're done. It's over. They're cooked. They're crashing out. Today what we're going to do is we are going to talk about
I feel like they're not even crashing out. I feel like they already crashed, and there's like 3 survivors in the plane crash, and every year one of the survivors lights themselves on fire. Like, that's basically where we're at.
Game journalism insanity, and why the echo chamber that this industry has built for itself is now going to be its downfall. I'm never going to run out of content. But before that, I need to thank you guys, because if it wasn't for the support that you showed during the last Displayed sponsor, well, they wouldn't have come back for a second round, and I wouldn't be able to feed my growing hunger for these texture designs. Look at this thing, dude. It is so cool. Displate's texture designs take things to an
I have,
entirely
like,
new
5 of
level.
these.
Tactile 3D contours and select matte and gloss
They have
finishes. You
Elden
can
Ring ones.
feel the details in these. This is not just a poster, this is a piece of art. If you want to be a truly refined human being, you need to have these on your walls. I recently picked up their licensed Magic the Gathering stained glass mana symbol set, and it looks incredible. There's so much more to choose from pop culture icons like Star Wars and Marvel to gaming franchises like Elden Ring and Warhammer. These posters are unlike anything else. And just like the classic designs, Texture uses that same easy magnet mounting system. No tools, no wall damage, you can swap them in and out whenever you want to. Plus, now they're available in larger sizes, so you can make an even bigger statement on your wall.
If you
For a limited
have-
time, you can snag Texture designs.
Here's a fun fact, a little bit of advice with displays. If you have a display and you have an uneven surface, it's not going to be okay. You might think that it'll be okay. I thought it would be okay. Turns out it won't be. Make sure that it's an even surface.
Discount. Click the link in the description below or go to display.com and use my code LEGENDARY at checkout to get the best
Done it
deal.
myself.
This offer won't last forever, so don't miss your chance to grab some of these premium designs at an unbeatable price. Games journalism used to mean something. It was supposed to be about keeping players informed, holding developers accountable.
You guys remember when I fought this boss and I almost killed it on my first try, and I proceeded to take another hour in order to kill it?
Exposing bad business
stay in my
practices.
fucking
Back
life.
in the day, if a game sucked or it launched in a broken state, you could count on games media to tear it apart in their reviews. Heck, you were looking forward to it. That's just not the case anymore. Somewhere along the way, they just stopped working for us. Now, instead of protecting players from bad games, they're protecting bad games from players. Protecting studios and developers from their audience, or
I think that the problem is that there's been a rot that's occurred through game developers and game journalists being intermingled. And you have people that are going in between the industries, and it's causing a lot of latent corruption. And you also have a lot of these people that are interacting with each other and like that are personally friends. And I think when you have that happen, you're going to have biases. There's like a reason why judges recuse themselves from cases, and it's why I generally try to avoid covering drama around people that I'm friends with, because I would be more biased about it.
fully switched to political propaganda. It didn't happen overnight, but the shift is undeniable. Instead of giving honest reviews, journalists have become cheerleaders for the industry and their own biases and ideologies. Not good games, not for the customers, not for the people that are supposed to be reading these articles in the first place, but for themselves and their own egos. Instead of being our voice like they used to be before, they started talking down to us, devaluing our opinion.
Gamers are terrible people, and we should stop being okay with it. Now, I wonder why they use the photo of the person that everybody says looks like me. Isn't that interesting? Like, and maybe I'm just reading too much into this, okay? Maybe I am. But man, isn't that a weird fucking coincidence? Wow. You're reaching? I know that I'm like 95% sure that I'm reaching, but I'm 5% sure that I'm not.
Teach those toxic gamers a lesson. The players are no longer customers to be informed, but they are dissidents to be educated. You've seen the headlines, you can feel the vitriol, and it's led players to believe that they're alone. They're on their own. Nobody's fighting for them. Nobody is in their corner. And those who used to be an ally, those who used to share their perspective, have tried to take control of our beloved hobby for their own self-serving goals. Outside of a handful of journalists, I've just reached the point where I cannot trust game review scores anymore. Dragon Age the Veilguard was hailed by reviewers. Black Myth Wukong was...
bro. Oh my god. How did you do that?
Character assassinated before it even released. Concord, one of the biggest flops in gaming history, had character assassinated.
Won't stop Chinese nationalist and anti-woke scales. I wonder why there was so much... like, it's so weird that, like, this Chinese thing is focused on Black Myth Wukong, but none of these places were really writing articles about Marvel Rivals. Whereas in Marvel Rivals, you have a chat system that actively suppresses conversation. In Black Myth Wukong, it's just a bunch of monkeys. So it's got nothing even to do with really Chinese nationalism. It doesn't even make sense.
Before it even
Who
released,
wrote this?
Concord, one of the
retard?
biggest flops in gaming history, had journalists saying that they couldn't wait to play more of it. While game reviews are opinions, they are a service that's provided to both the players and studios to make games better. However, over the past few years, they've begun to read more like personal manifestos than any type of critical analysis of a product. You'd be hard-pressed to find a game review today that doesn't include...
It's like, bro, in like 5 years, it's like, we can play a game. Is this a school shooter manifesto or a video game review? Man, that's gonna be a fun game.
Some level of political or social political discourse, either cheerleading a game for pushing forth their beliefs or chastising the players that are saying that they don't want it.
Yeah.
Well, journalists have pretended that this bias doesn't actually exist and saying that it's just in our heads. Well, now they let the mask slip. Writer for PC Gamer and IGN, Lena Hafer, the same writer who scored Dragon Age The Veilguard a 9 out of 10, is one of many gaming journalists that are having a hard time dealing with the 2024 election results. After the recent signing, changing the name of Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America,
quite the challenge.
It's just so stupid. Really, it's ridiculous. I personally love it. No, the Gulf of America, I just think that I don't really care about that. I don't really, it is ridiculous in a way. I don't really have a strong opinion about it, to be honest. I don't have a hot take about, is the Gulf of America good or not? I don't know. But like, it's just the way that this person reacted is what's really ridiculous.
To write, I'll take a whole point off the review score of any future map games that call it the Gulf of America. You think I'm joking? You think I want to do this forever? I can start some fires on the way.
You think I want to do this forever? Like, as if this is like fucking... It's like this is like, that's what like a fucking prophet in like an old religious book would say. Do you think I want this? Like a lifelong crusade. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, try to call my bluff. Nobody has ever let this amount of soft power go to their heads before, as far
as I know. What about China?
I know. Where's the accountability and professionalism? I know that some people are going to make the argument that Lena shouldn't face any repercussions for using their freedom of speech in their off time, saying something on a public platform, but
it's totally different because they're saying that they're going to use their platform as a agent of this company in order to enact their personal worldview. That's a totally different paradigm. It's completely different. So it's not even remotely close.
You have IGN's name and PC Gamer's names in your bio. Showing
protected posts, right, exactly.
You're employed by them.
Yeah.
That's how you got your influence. That's why you have your followers. You know, in construction, we had a project manager that got fired because his company vehicle was parked outside of a gentleman's club. You may be on your free time, but when you're running around doing whatever you want, flying the flag of your employer, you are representing that employer. And it makes them look complicit in your act.
Isn't it crazy how good this game was? For anybody who played Armored Core, it's actually insane how, like, I think all the time about how good this game was. It's cinema. It was unbelievable, man. But anyway, yeah, of course that's true. Yeah, you take your fucking, you want to take the company car over to a fucking strip club with a bunch of hookers, then yeah, obviously you've got a problem because you're signing the company up for your problems.
I am sick of seeing developers and journalists representing their company making a fool out of their organization without any consequences.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
What is going on here? Do they not realize the irony of their soft power statement when they themselves are threatening to use their power as an industry analyst?
Yeah, they're the ones that are using the soft power. Yeah, it's so weird whenever you think about that. And I think also, like, it's the same thing that I said with Avowed. I think that Avowed was like a very middle-of-the-road, average, pretty decent game. But there was so much unnecessary criticism and negativity that was leveraged at Obsidian, and I think rightfully so, for employing a person who is actively racist. And so, like, I wonder if these people that are these, you know, revolutionaries, I wonder if they ever realize, like, am I hurting other people whenever I say and do these things?
To penalize and attempt to reduce the sales and impacts of games, to hold companies accountable to their self-imposed purity test for something that is now legally named the Gulf of America. These journalists never take the time to self-reflect. They are so...
and it's also, it's just so stupid. It's such a stupid thing to care about. Like, I can understand somebody who's like, you know, you're mad about like the way, I don't know, like, for example, like you are not willing to sell, like you don't want a game to, let's say, ignore a genocide, right? Or something like that. Or have like some level of historical inaccuracy that's propaganda. I think that's fair. But like, this is the name of a fucking ocean, basically, of a body of water. It's not even a big deal.
Captured by their own ego and main character syndrome that they are oblivious to the consequences of their actions or how it reflects on their employers. When a games journalist just openly admits they would punish a game based on their own personal beliefs rather than the actual quality of the product, it confirms exactly what players have suspected for years. Yeah. Game reviews are no longer about games, they're about pushing narratives, exerting influence, and trying to control the industry. No.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And that's exactly why, like, if you look at games journalism, it is, I would say, less than 1/10 of what it was 10 years ago. That's exactly what it was. This person should be fired. If I was IGN, I would fire them. Because they're effectively, they're using your platform in order to push their political agenda. Like, I would get them the fuck out. Because and fundamentally because it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful for you to think that you're going to come into this company and then use it as a tool to push your worldview.
No wonder they lost their minds when Black Myth Wukong developers wouldn't respond to their allegations, because they need that power, they need that influence. They can't have these developers that are stepping out of line. This isn't about one writer having a meltdown.
The Black Myth Wukong thing was very simple. So this is the way that media works, and it's the way that it's kind of like the media racket, where what they do is they assign some sort of problem to a person, or they create a problem, or they identify a problem, and then they basically appoint themselves as the solution or the level of accountability to that problem. So this is why media creates these issues, is because the issues necessitate the media. But if you don't pretend that the issues exist, then the media doesn't need to exist either.
On Twitter, this is an entire framework of modern gaming media. These journalists are trying to shape public perception, to influence sales, and to try to determine exactly what games are considered acceptable to them. And while their relevance is waning, it's still there. And if they're willing to dock points on a review for something as trivial as developers following a legal name change, what else are they willing to manipulate? It opens the door wide to every conspiracy theory under the sun, and it leads me to believe that their beliefs are exactly what have ruined games today. Maybe this is why so many games feel the same, why studios...
I think it is. I am a very much a believer of usually the simplest and the dumbest thing that you can imagine is probably the exact reason why something is happening. No one calling that shit Gulf of America? Alright. Alright, bro, like... Alright. I am.
Prioritize ideology over creativity, and why we have felt that our needs aren't being met or understood. Because once game reviews stopped being about informing players and started being about lessons, they ceased to be reviews at all. They became propaganda, a system used to exert influence over a medium. How many times have you guys heard, "Oh, those toxic gamers believing that we're trying to control the industry, ruin their games"? You wonder why people don't respect you when you don't respect the intelligence of your audience. You don't even respect your audience at all. You don't even respect your own co-workers for that.
You don't respect your employee. You don't respect anyone.
Matter when you act like this, when you say things like this. You wonder why you're losing relevance. You are ruining your own industry. You're deleting your own job.
They are.
You know, not long ago I made a video that was titled, "These game developers are ruining their games." And in it, I showcased a bunch of different interactions of game developers talking down or attacking their audience, espousing their ideologies, political ideologies, social political ideology, whatever it might be, and crashing out, making themselves look like a fool, and by extension, making their employer look like a fool.
What makes people not buy the game? Yeah.
That same issue is happening in games journalism today, if not worse.
True.
What's the saying? Don't talk politics or religion in polite company. That's professionalism. I am here because I am trying to buy a commercial product.
Yeah, I've always found it to be odd that people say that, because I remember at the government, ironically, we used to sit around. There was like me and like 4 other dudes, and we would just sit around because obviously it was the government, so nobody was working. And so like after like the, you know, like the surge of documents is like kind of over, we're just sitting around for like, you know, 5 hours a day doing nothing. And I remember like one day I asked if we were going to be able to have overtime today, whenever it was like 12, because I clocked out at like 12. And I'm like, can I stay till 4 and you guys keep paying me? And like the manager just like got up and just shut the door in my face. He just didn't want to talk to me. He's like, just get the fuck out of here. And like, to be fair, I was doing it to be annoying. I was. But like, it's just how it is. Go the fuck on me. Get the fuck out of here. No, and I gotta pay you another $50, $100 for this. Costing us millions? Yes. And we used to always talk about politics, and there were never any problems. Nobody ever got mad about this stuff at all. I think it's people that can't control themselves that need the world to be bubble wrapped so they don't end up getting themselves hurt, which is very annoying.
For force feeding information to me that I don't want, nor am I interested in. You know, I talked about this where when the Avowed director started screeching at Elon Musk online,
oh God,
I lost interest in a game that I was otherwise really excited for.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to Avowed. Not anymore. Because why would I be? If you're this unprofessional and messy on a public platform, using your employer's name that's attached to it, using the influence that company gave you to talk about these things and act that way, well, why would I think that you would be professional at your job? Better yet...
It's a good question. It's a great question. Yeah, if you act like a goofball everywhere else, you probably act like a goofball here too. True.
If you're that ideologically captured, that likely means it's going to reflect directly into your game. And guess what? I don't want to pay to be propagandized.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
I think people also just don't want to be talked down to, and they don't like being insulted. They don't like being treated like they are the unwashed masses, etc. And I think that when you don't respect the intelligence of your audience, even if you think your audience isn't intelligent, you do lose out on a lot of people.
It's the same for games journalism as it is for games. I do not want to pay you with my attention to be propagandized. I'm here for a critical opinion about a video game so I can make a smart purchase.
Imagine that.
That's what I'm here for.
Wow.
But the only thing that they have continued to do year over year is prove that that is not what they're here to do. They are here to change your mind.
Yeah.
By now, it should be clear to just about anyone that games journalism isn't about covering games anymore. They have tried to shape the industry itself. They don't just report on trends, they are trying to create them. They don't just review games, they want to define what is acceptable for game developers to make. And worst of all, they reinforce each other's narratives to make sure that no dissenting voices can get through. This is how the gaming media echo chamber...
Yeah, they create a set of criteria that everybody else has to adhere to, and then they basically create a cartel with other people that are in the same area as them, and then they try to adhere to this by creating like a apparatus that everybody believes and acts the same way. And this is the same reason why they don't like YouTubers and content creators on Twitch, like me, for example, is that we provide a window around that apparatus. We're not part of the apparatus, and so we put them at risk, basically. Yeah, monopolize the flow of information. Yes.
Chamber works.
And oh, by the way, the Oscars does this. I think that the government does this. I think that the mainstream media does this. This is not something that is... The reason why I talk about games media is because it's a microcosm of something that is present in a lot of other places as well. It's like one of the easiest examples that you can use, but it's not necessarily the only one.
I learned it from my mother before.
Operate as independent critics or journalists. They function as a collective, a hive mind of right think, a singular voice.
Collective, I would use a different word that starts with C. I would say cartel. This is a cartel. These are people that are collectively trying to, you know, push some sort of agenda and negatively impact people financially if they don't follow that agenda. And it's not enough that they think that, it's that everybody else around them thinks that.
Meaning the same talking points, pushing the same perspectives, and shutting down any form of real discussion.
Dragon Age the
Veilguard is a return to form for BioWare. A return to form for BioWare. A return to form for BioWare. Gone are the days when gaming outlets had distinct voices, perspectives, and approaches. Today, almost every major gaming site feels the same. The reason? Well, most of these guys are owned by the same corporate entities, staffed by the same writers, and beholden to the same ideological framework. Zip Davis owns IGN, GameIndustry.biz, Eurogamer, Rock Paper Shotgun, and VG247. Geo Media owns Kotaku, The Verge, Gizmodo, and Deadspin. Future PLC owns
Smush,
PC Gamer,
smush.
Games Radar Plus.
Welcome to my channel.
Oh no.
VS6AUSO in stream.com remove the space H
like,
fuck
oh, it's
you.
being monopolized. It's been monopolized. Everybody has the same opinions. Like, you could just combine every single publication into one, and there would be no real difference in messaging. It would all be the same.
Radar. When the same few corporations own nearly all of the biggest gaming sites, you don't get any real diversity of thought. You get a unified, self-reinforcing narrative. That's why our needs are never understood or met, because we do have a diversity in opinion. When players say something along the lines of "we don't want politics in games," they purposefully misinterpret that and start writing articles like "Metaphor ReFantazio's success is further proof that politics are good in games." Actually, no matter what reactionaries tell you.
It's so stupid that it's actually sad. And do you want to know what the really funny thing about it is? The funny thing is that one of the stories and one of the undertones of Metaphor, and I apologize if I'm spoiling a little bit, but I hope that I hope that this won't be, is that the utopia that is apparently that's like being tried for is something that previously existed but wasn't as perfect as people had imagined it. So like all of the high-minded ideas and everything were subverted by that at the very end of the what do you call it? Of the story. So again, this is the same, and what I find to be funny about this is that this is the second self-report that we've had. Because the first self-report was that Black Myth Wukong didn't have any women in it. And this is the second self-report. Now, what do I mean by self-report? I mean that you didn't finish the game. You didn't play it. Because if you had played the entirety of Black Myth Wukong, you would know that there are a number of women in the story, and they play a large role in the story going forward after about like Act 3 or so. But if you didn't play the game and you played it for 5 hours, then you wouldn't know that. It's the same thing as Metaphor. Because in Metaphor, that realization doesn't happen in until like the last 5 hours of the game, basically. Even I think less. The Wukong review said they only played Act 2? Yeah.
You know, hell, I never even covered this, but IGN wrote a 2024 election breakdown and how your vote could impact video games.
Let me guess that one way or another, Trump is the person not to vote for if you like video games. Let me guess.
Presented itself as unbiased, it folded immediately under any scrutiny, and showed exactly which way they were trying to sway their audience. Tell me, why is a video game journalist and gaming outlet trying to tell me how to vote? Better yet, did IGN even...
I actually don't find a problem with that. I think that in any sort of an enthusiast magazine, obviously enthusiast magazines are going to cover how different political and social topics affect that enthusiasm. And I think it's completely okay. The problem isn't that they discuss politics. The problem is that they do it in a one-sided way that's inauthentic and inaccurate and biased. That's actually the problem.
Fight this? Because they didn't even actually attribute this to a single writer. They just said this was written by staff. Look at how often they inject the same political opinions into video games where the discussion doesn't even belong. The players do not care about these things. Only they do. And God, are they obsessed with Elon Musk? Elon Musk branded right-wing Karen. Why is Elon Musk lashing out at games for being too woke?
I wonder why.
Elon Musk somehow became the top-ranked Diablo 4 player in between cheerleading for Donald Trump. Then we watch as they unilaterally turn around and start bashing game designers and developers for making decisions that clash with their ideology. When Dragon Quest III designers mentioned that they didn't like the removal of gendered characters in the game's—
Oh my god, I forgot all about this. Holy shit. Yes. So they had an interview with two of these fucking like 60 or 70-year-old Japanese guys that made Dragon Quest and a lot of old JRPGs. And they were like asking him questions about these topics. And then these guys are like, yeah, all that stuff is like really stupid. Like body type A and B, like what does that even mean? I don't even understand it. Yeah, the West really wants to do a lot of weird stuff and we just try to do what makes sense to us. And everybody was like super happy about it. They deleted the entire video. It got taken off the internet. The only way you can watch it probably is through my React. Didn't they end up issuing a statement saying the translation was misinterpreted? Yeah, they did. And then 15 other people went back and they said, no, it wasn't. Yeah, no, it was not.
Remake, outlets called them weird for even mentioning it or caring because it's so normalized nowadays. When Lords of the Fallen's publisher polled their audience, they asked them if they wanted to keep body type A and B or go back to male and female. They changed it based on the audience's vote. PC Gamer then says they are embracing the fear of the DEI boogeyman. This isn't journalism, this is narrative management. Where is the diversity in thought? Where is the critical thinking?
Our ship has run aground on the night of our return to Skull's Glen. Keepers of Hope's Light apparently failed to tend the beacon. Their singular duty. This incompetence has cost the father a ship and endangered the lives of my knights. I will be leading a shore party to find those responsible, bind them to the beacon, and set them alight.
Why is it a creative freedom when developers make something that aligns with what journalists have for their own personal ideologies and the players don't like, yet it's fear-mongering and hateful when they choose to do something different?
I wonder why.
And this has gone unabated for so long because nobody's holding them accountable.
I think that people do hold them accountable. And the thing is that they do get held accountable, and as time goes on, that accountability becomes less and less and less. And that's the problem. Like, if I was, I'm very much an antisocial person. But if I could clone myself and then put myself in charge of this, I think that I could make a publication website that would be a lot better than this, than what they do. Because I think that I think that print media in general is basically a dying media. And it's a dying media because the people that are using it are killing it. They're actively killing it by trying to extract as much influence out of it as possible without trying to put any value into it at all. So they're trying to basically like take control over places, you know, like publications, and then you use them as effectively a loudspeaker for the way that they view the world. Hire me. Guys, I just got out of fucking like 15 different entanglements with different fucking companies. The last thing I want to do, I would be fine with being an advisor, or like, if you want me to build the machine, I can build the machine. I just don't want to run it. Okay? Would you work for Doge? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. If I could stream it. Only if I could stream it.
Nobody's pushing back on them other than the players. They've created this self-sustaining system where journalists just prop up each other's careers, reinforcing the same narrative and shutting out dissenting voices. That's the reason why you always see them citing one another in their articles. They're effectively...
And then this is also another really good point here, is that why Kotaku was right to go public when they were blacklisted by 2 big video game publishers. This is actually something that I agree with, and I think that nobody should be blacklisted at all. I don't think anybody should be denied a review copy, even if their opinions are regressive or stupid. And unfortunately, that also includes people that I disagree with and who I think are regressive and stupid. But the problem is that when these people create an environment that's so unpleasant and so dishonest, you have people that are celebrating effectively access journalism and corporate censorship. We've created a world where access journalism and corporate censorship like this is considered a good thing, which I find to be very dangerous.
Voices. That's the reason why you always see them citing one another.
That's why you're the fairest of them all, and the most humble, and the most modest. Yes, that's true.
In their articles. They're effectively retweeting and reposting the same websites to flood the internet with their beliefs and their ideas. It's the same thing that you're seeing happening on Reddit right now. They keep posting, flooding the timelines to make it look like their opinion is the dominant one, when in reality, they're just trying to drown out everybody else.
Reddit is so bad right now. It's so fucking bad. It's actually insane.
And the thing is that I would almost want to like really try to go and take over Reddit, but the problem is that you can't do it because the admins will just ban you. Like, if we could make a movement to like really create a counterculture on Reddit to like push back against some of the crazy agenda driven, like just insane shit that's written on there, then I would do it. But the problem is that the admins of Reddit, the people that are actually running the show, they agree with it and they enable it. So it's like, I'm not going to play a rigged game.
That's what's helped created this facsimile of power, and it's arguably created such a hostile environment for players and developers. And I would argue that's what's led to so many games being ruined over time. Developers believe that the media has influence. At least that's what it looks like to them. That's why you always hear them.
This is actually a very good, I don't know if he's going to bring this up, but so a really great example of this is the CEO of Ubisoft. He said, I don't know why our games aren't doing well. The Metacritic scores from the critics said that our games were an 83. So you have these, like, so it's, oh, I don't know what's going wrong. And it's like the game has an 83 and then the audience rating is like a 3.8 or something like that. It's like, oh my God, it's terrifying. Blind Ass Motherfucker, out of touch? Yeah. They completely don't understand the problem.
Talk about how happy they are that games reviewed well before they even ever talk about how the players like the game. Honestly, that's more of a call sign for me to know that the game probably isn't any good. I think that we've had years of games being made for journalists rather than the players because there has always been this unspoken threat. If your game doesn't align with our worldview, well, then we're probably going to dock points from you.
Exactly. And I think that this threat was exercised in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, and it was also exercised in Black Myth Wukong. I think those are 2 examples of it happening. And I think the inverse was exercised in something like Concord and also in Dragon Age Veilguard.
Studio doesn't play nice, well, then we're going to write negative stories about you. If you refuse to engage with us, well, then we're going to have to create
this is also another thing, too, is like, you guys know this with me. Even when people are rude to me, I still try to provide fair coverage and fair viewpoints to them. Even if it's somebody who I don't like or who's been like hostile to me, I always try to be fair. These people don't even try.
type of controversy around you, even if none exists. Think about how this shapes the games that we get. Why do so many AAA games feel the same? Well, because the devs are designing the game with critics in mind, not the players. Why do games increasingly have corporate-approved political messaging? Well, that's because journalists will punish them if the game doesn't include it.
Yeah.
Why do so many devs...
I know everybody didn't like Black Myth Wukong, but to say that it was a 6 out of 10 game... I don't know about that one. I really, I just don't know about that one.
Grovel
Seems
and
like a little bit of
apologize
nope.
at the first sign of controversy. Well, because
Yeah.
they know
It's a
gaming
bit of
media
nope.
will not give them a fair shot otherwise. The funny thing is, this is what has become a deciding factor when it comes to whether or not a game does well or it doesn't.
Yeah.
The games that ignore the media, they are the ones that are finding success. The studios that haven't, the people that still believe the media holds power and influence, well, they're creating games for a non-existent audience.
Like Ubisoft.
I think it's developed a creative wasteland where developers are walking on eggshells, forced to cater to a small group of ideologically aligned journalists, and they're making games for them rather than the people that actually buy their games in the first.
And the way that you solve this problem is that, and by the way, do you see how Armored Core's graphics are not insanely high fidelity at all? You can't see any sort of like damage on Balteus here or anything like that. It's just a really good quality game with a great art direction and great basic art design. Yeah. Gameplay first. Distinct, it's amazing. Yeah. The way that you go against this is that you create alternative forms of media that push an agenda that basically eclipses the existing one. Because companies are going to have to go somewhere in order to get community feedback or to get any sort of feedback about their game. So the best thing for you to do is for you to create another platform that you can effectively cancel out and suppress the platform that is pushing the agenda that you disagree with, like me. That's actively what I try to do. You're 100% right. Like, my perspective is that I'm not always like a high roader. I am with some things, but I also realize that in order to win a game, sometimes you have to play the game.
First place. This is why games feel less daring, less risky, and more formulaic. It's because these people, with their soft power in gaming, don't reward creativity, they reward compliance. For many years, gaming journalists held a very privileged position within this industry. They were the gatekeepers, the tastemakers. They could make or break a game by covering it. They could promote them.
And now they're mad because now it's us that do it. So it's not that this power has been given back to the people. In a way it has, but it's also just been given back to the it's been given to a different group.
And they were the ones that brought them to an audience. They could dictate who was worthy of praise and what was destined to fail. They could control the flow of information, shape public perception, and for a time, it worked. Developers listened to them and players trusted them, but that trust is gone. Not because of gaming journalism as a whole, but because of a toxic few that have compromised their integrity, built an echo chamber, and alienated the very people that they're supposed to serve.
I think that a lot of people also have taken part of this and allowed it to happen too. It's not just the people that were doing it. There was a lot of passive compliance and people that kind of, carried water for it to justify it and say that it was okay, even though they didn't necessarily participate in it themselves. And, like you could say, like, okay, that's guilt by association. It's not fair. Like, yeah, you're kind of right. But, I mean, it wasn't fair.
flash of venom glistening in the twin moonlight. Suddenly, you remember the one thing that can save you. Ego sweat. One spray and the world shifts. You mount the beasts and rise, master of your domain, a god among the cosmos. Before long, you are home.
Eagle sweat. With patented nano-fragrance technology that literally puts odor molecules to the rack until they give up their secrets. Eagle sweat. Don't just smell it. Live it.
Fuck.
All right then.
What they were doing either.
Reporting for the audience, they started reporting for each other. Instead of informing the players, they started lecturing them. Instead of reviewing games, they started enforcing ideological purity tests. And the result, a slow, painful collapse. Website traffic is dropping every year. Social media engagement is shrinking. The only thing that's keeping some of these sites afloat is the ad revenue that they're getting from monetizing game trailers on YouTube. But even
talking about IGN. That's what IGN does.
That's starting to slip as publishers are starting to cut out the middleman and just post it directly to their own channels. Players don't need gaming journalists
IGN
anymore. They've
reposted.
ruined that relationship with their own egos. They watch YouTubers who actually engage with the games. They follow Twitch streamers whose reactions are real and not scripted. They find independent reviewers on Substack or Patreon who aren't beholden to corporate interests. The media doesn't dictate the conversation anymore. The players do. More game developers are starting to make games for players, not critics. More Eastern studios are breaking into the global market, immune to Western media's influence. More publishers are starting to realize...
Yeah, that's my favorite part about this, is that, like, I remember there was, like, one of these interviews with Black Myth Wukong, and they asked some, like, weird question about gender stuff, and, like, the Chinese people didn't even really understand it. They were like, okay, yeah, I don't know. Next, yeah, what next? I don't know what this is. Yeah.
The power of reviews is diminishing and word of mouth is king.
Player neither do we. Yeah.
They can scream, they can cry, they can double down on their activism and their echo chambers. It won't matter. The audience is gone, and these outbursts that we're seeing from the IGN writer are only pushing the audience further away. Their influence is shrinking, and the future of gaming belongs to the people who actually care about games, not the people that are trying to spend all their time controlling them. If you're a games journalist and you made it to this part of the video, I highly doubt that's the case.
You're very upset right now. Your blood pressure is at least 170.
I don't think any of them actually watch.
Yep.
The only time I've ever seen them talk about me is when they put me next to Asmongold because you reacted to one of my videos or something like that.
That's right. That's right. That's what happens. Is so, like, he makes a video, I react to the video. All of the journalists have a meltdown because of my reaction. And it's like, it's crazy because, like, the same thing happened with Elon. Like, I react to the video, I get fucking, I get kicked off the gaming fucking group in X, I get unverified. Meanwhile, fucking Quinn doesn't even have anything happen. It's insane.
I'm not talking about all of you. I think there are some great writers, some great journalists that are out there. There's a toxic few that have taken control, and they have ruined the entire industry. I love Eric Kane's work over at Forbes. There's a ton of articles of his that I completely disagree with, and a bunch of them that I really agree with, but it's the way that things are framed, and it's never trying to preach to an audience, and it's never the same voice that you hear from so many other outlets. The same thing goes, I've been really enjoying the work of Casey DeFreitas. Works at IGN. She's been covering Monster Hunter Wilds, doing an incredible job. On topic, relevant, informational, a Monster Hunter veteran that is talking about their experience with Monster Hunter Wilds and covering the game and doing a fantastic job at doing it. Yeah. And it's exactly what players are coming to you guys for. This is what we want. This is what we want more of. And if you did more of that, you'd see quite a big bump in engagement and people genuinely enjoying your content. But you have a circle, you have a cabal. You have a bunch of narcissistic
and also a lot of the articles written are written by theater kids. There are people that think that they're clever with the way that they use language, but they're actually just stupid. They're stupid, and it's hard to communicate with them. Yeah, the retards. Yeah, it's people that are like slightly above average intelligence that think that they have the right to talk down to everybody because of that. And so they use words and language that are like slightly above like what the average education is. And they forget that their goal is to communicate, not to show off the words that they know or some sort of like literary technique that they're using.
Statistical writers that are out there that believe that they have the right to impose their beliefs not only on the industry, not only on the games, but also on the audience. And they're doing it at the cost of their credibility, their peers' credibility, and the credibility of the entire industry. And that's the reason why there are so many issues with games journalism today. It's the reason why people just don't want to pay attention to it. And by the way, I'm not going to pretend like there aren't issues with some of the more right-leaning media that's out there as well, okay? Because I've seen...
The only thing that's good about... The problem is that people project themselves as being unbiased, and then they're biased. That's the problem. A lot of the right-leaning media, like if you go to InfoWars, you know that you're gonna get a specific opinion. If you go to Hassan's stream, you know that you're gonna get a specific opinion. But if you're looking at trying to find out what's really fucking going on, you're not going to be going to either one of those places. In a lot of cases, you're going to be looking at where's an article that's going to show me the facts of what happened and give me the fairest shake on it in a very even-handed way.
Seen some of the articles that have been posted. You would think
You
that
become
Kingdom
biased
Come
too?
Deliverance
I'm not
2 was
biased.
Dragon Age the Veilguard Part 2.
Yeah.
It's fucking embarrassing.
It was embarrassing.
I want to be critically clear about something, and I think this is probably the most important thing to bring up here.
I'm the least biased.
Is that I don't include my personal politics in videos. One, because I don't really like have any, to be honest. Like, politics just don't really interest me all that much. It just bores the shit out of me. Oh, they affect you. I know. I play video games. I'm here to talk about video games. I'm here to talk about games that I love and talk about games that I hate. I'm here to talk about news that I find relevant or something that I'm interested in or something that makes me angry. This is my confessional booth, okay? I get cathartic relief from writing essays and making videos and doing those kind of things. I am here to provide a service. I do not lose sight of that. I am a content creator that is making content to be consumed by you for your entertainment or for your insight or whatever it might be. That's it. That's as far as this relationship goes. I don't need to teach you nothing. I don't need to make you be something. I don't need to change the world. I'm just here having a good time.
This is the thing, is like, you got too many Redditors, man. You got these Redditors and revolutionaries that are sitting there on Blue Sky that are trying to write these articles to, like, make people look bad because they don't see the world the same way that they do. And I think that there's a lot of just average people that see that, and it's like, this is so weird, it's fucking cringe, it's annoying. Why does anybody want to see that? Are you not the same thing? No, I think that I think that I'm very fair. I legit, let's talk about that afterwards.
Needs to be. And I think the vast majority of the industry and a lot of these writers have completely lost sight of that. And instead, well, they just think it's a vehicle to drive whatever their ideology is. And that's what they've been using it for. They've hijacked the industry to use it for that purpose. And that's a problem. And it's the same in games as it is in games journalism.
And in politics, and in every other form of media.
Your stance, this
and
is not your
movies.
place to make a stance.
This is like, remember how movies said, like, some of these, like, you know, shows like that Velma show or Ghostbusters 2016 or that Witcher Netflix show, Blood something. All these shows were good. The Acolyte. All of these shows, it's the exact same in other media too.
Ideology or your political leanings or whatever it might be. These are commercial products. This is a service, this is a product and service industry. We are buying video games, and then we are going to somebody else to hear about those games, or to understand them better, or to have them reviewed, or whatever it might be. You're the quality control. Journalists are the quality control.
Yeah,
but that service isn't being served.
They're the quality enforcement now.
That's a problem. You know, call me a traditionalist, call me a prude, but when I see people like Lena go out on social media and say shit like that.
If you're gonna deduct points from a game because they use the Gulf of America, but you're not going to deduct points from a game and write articles about games that are made in China that actively suppress conversations about genocides and different types of cultural appropriation. Sorry, not appropriation. That's the one that doesn't matter. Cultural oppression. And nobody should take you seriously at all. Really. Like, nobody, like, you've automatically disqualified yourself from any sort of opinion that has any weight at all.
Good. You've arrived.
Like, if you really think that the Gulf of America has even 1/100th of the impact of Chinese games coming out that prevent you from saying the words Taiwan. It's a level of delusion and hypocrisy that I think even the most reasonable and uninformed person can immediately see.
The spirits give power to they created the ritual to find
That was crazy. Yeah, it was.
The first half usually quiets emotions.
The lack of professionalism really bothers me.
Don't be
Like, I feel like people really crave
never
that.
liked rage.
It's not even crave. I think people expect it. They don't expect people in positions of authority to act like that. And when you're a game reviewer, you are in a position of authority because you do, in a way, shape the discussions around these games. You shape the reception of those games, and you ultimately will shape the destiny of some of these studios in some cases. While, yeah, I know game reviewers aren't as relevant as they were, you know, many years ago, they
Thank God for that.
They do still have some relevance. Not as much as before.
Yeah, too bad.
Heck of a lot less now, but yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, found it useful in any way, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, comment down below. Follow me on Twitch, the link is down below. And I think that's all I can remember. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
There it is. Do you think game reviewers will ever be able to recover as a whole? No. I think that once an ideology like this encapsulates a group of people, I think that it is impossible to get rid of them. And I think that the only way that you can get rid of them is to completely remove it and start over. It's like an infection. You have to cut the entire thing out. That's what I would say. You're spamming? I know I am spamming. Give the video a like. I totally fucking agree with the video. I absolutely do. And I think that every single time that person, that Lena, wherever the fuck it is, person writes an article about a game made in China, I feel like if they ever give it anything more than a 1, people should absolutely go fucking ballistic. Because you have a game that, and also every single company, you have to keep in mind, every single company in China has a connection to the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party. And it's mandatory, right? It's not like this is just incidental. It's a mandatory connection. And so when I see people like that, I see like a level of hypocrisy that is just absolutely insulting. And it's insulting to the intelligence of everyone. Yeah, there's the video right there. But anyway, I've been trying, like, I think that I am very unbiased. Personally, I think I'm very unbiased. And if people think that I'm not, I'm curious to hear why. But I think that as much as I can be, I try to be fair. And more than anything,
Couldn't have made it without you.
When you begin Serial Experiments Lane for the PS1, after the familiar Sony Computer Entertainment and PlayStation logo startup animations, you're greeted not by an opening cinematic or a title menu, but by this operating system boot screen. You're then prompted to choose either to authorize a user or load data. Since this was my first time playing, I authorized a user. On the name entry screen, I chose the name Dungeon, for obvious reasons, but we'll look at how this came back to bite me much later on in this video. Anyway, after inputting a name, you're thrown into the game. The titular Lane is your avatar, rendered as a 2D sprite, trapped inside a cylinder of data amongst a black void with colored lines streaking through the background. Occasionally, an orb of yellow light will float by. The whole thing looks more like a Windows 95 screensaver than a setting for a video game. Around the outside of each level of the cylinder are nodes, labeled with abbreviations and numbers. What these letters and numbers signify, you'll have no idea at first. Lane can open some of the nodes, unwrapping them like Christmas presents and throwing them toward the screen. Others she can't open. Sometimes she takes a swing at them and misses. Sometimes the nodes have their own defenses and will zap Lane with a shock of electricity. The ones that open transition to a new screen, with several keywords and a choice between play and exit in the bottom left corner. Hitting play within these node screens will start audio recordings of either conversations or diary entries.
それではお母さんはそちらの控室でお待ちください。レインちゃん、心配ないからね。
Sometimes you'll get lucky and stumble across a short animated cutscene, or a gate pass key, or a body part for a Polytan doll. And so you proceed, up the cylinder, down the cylinder, selecting nodes, hoping for them to open, scratching your head at the ones that don't, and slowly, by listening to the scattered conversations and diary entries, as well as watching short snippets of animated sequences, a story begins to form. But what does it all mean? Where is the actual game? What are we meant to be doing here? And what does any of this have to do with the groundbreaking 1998 anime series, Serial Experiments Lane? To explain all of that is going to take, well, about the length of this video. Welcome to the mysterious Serial Experiments Lane PlayStation 1 game. Serial Experiments Lane is a game, audio drama, mixed media experiment, developed and published by Pioneer LDC and released for the PlayStation 1 on November 26, 1998, exclusively in Japan. I'm sure most Western fans are familiar with the Serial Experiments Lane anime, which is a 13-episode television series that aired from July 6th to September 28th, 1998 in Japan. Serial Experiments Lane is about a 14-year-old girl named Lane Iwakura, who gets a mysterious email from a dead classmate telling her to meet her in The Wired, the series equivalent to the internet, because there you can leave behind your physical form and meet God. Lane initially is uninterested in computers, but gradually becomes more and more obsessed with technology and The Wired. It turns out she has a preternatural gift for hacking and finds herself entangled in a conflict between
Scouted across the law. I managed to get Gil up the beach here. Ben, yeah. They're calling me. If he's out there, he'll be a tough find.
Yeah.
Jest jest okropne. Right?
Yes.
Co ja napiję?
BRB. Evo ga, Beograd, Beograd, Beligrad. Fuck my life. One, two, three, four. En. Dva. Channel status. Ko prvi devojci njemu ključ u ruke. Okay. Not yet, Mr. Not yet, Mr. Psycho Ghost.
Between several shadowy groups. That's a very straightforward summary of the series. Anyone who's ever sat down and watched Serial Experiments Lain will know the television series that aired from July 6th to September 28th, 1998 in Japan. Serial Experiments Lain is about a 14-year-old girl named Lane Iwakura who gets a mysterious email from a dead classmate telling her to meet her in The Wired, the series equivalent to the internet, because there you can leave behind your physical form and meet God. Lane initially is uninterested in computers, but gradually becomes more and more obsessed with technology and The Wired. It turns out she has a preternatural gift for hacking and finds herself entangled in a conflict between several shadowy groups. That's a very straightforward summary of the series. Anyone who's ever sat down and watched Serial Experiments Lain will tell you the story and presentation are anything but straightforward. Furthermore, what some Western fans may not be aware of is the fact that Serial Experiments Lain was envisioned by its creators as a media franchise. This franchise includes the television series, Serial Experiments Lain, and the PlayStation 1 video game, Serial Experiments Lain. To go along with the two main entries in the franchise are several supplemental materials: the collected and annotated screenplays, Scenario Experiments Lain, the collage-style episodic breakdown manual, Visual Experiments Lain, and the design and conceptual artworks collection, An Omnipresence in Wired, which also includes a short manga that acts as a bridge between the stories of the video game and the anime series, titled The Nightmare of Fabrication. Not to mention the various soundtracks, singles, and remix albums, an interactive CD-ROM with a bunch of artwork and other goofy stuff on it, as well as various other illustrations and design documents that you can dig up online if you're really determined. And I was really determined. Thanks, Internet Archive. Of course, it's not uncommon for anime series to feature video games, supplemental materials, art books, as well as soundtracks to accompany their release, and it's not uncommon for most of that miscellanea to remain exclusive to Japan, especially in 1998. The game and the TV series both entered production at the same time, though the game appeared 2 months after the series had finished airing, and it concerns events that take place when Lane was younger than she is in the TV series. I carefully worded that last statement for reasons that will become clearer much later on. If you really want to get technical, the Nightmare of Fabrication was the first Lane thing ever unleashed onto the world, having been published in the March 1998 issue of AX magazine. I can't even imagine how I'd feel if that was my first exposure to Lane. But anyway, to unpack everything about this game, we need to look at the TV series as well, since their creations were so intertwined. I had seen Lane several times when I was younger, but it had been a few years, more like a decade, since I had last watched it. So before I played the game, I re-watched Serial Experiments Lain, the TV series, twice. Once in Japanese with no subtitles, and once in Japanese with subtitles. People familiar with this channel will know that I live in Japan and speak and read Japanese, so the whole watching it with and without subtitles was just my own personal experiment. As you become more proficient in any language, translation subtitles just start to become distracting more than helpful, but I was still interested in seeing how things were translated. I then played through the Serial Experiments Lain and PlayStation 1 game through a browser re-implementation of the game developed by the team at 3D.lanegame.net, who went to great pains to rebuild the game so it could run, most effectively, on Chromium-based browsers. I played this version of the game because it features English subtitles, whereas there is no fan translation for the PS1 ISO. As we'll come to see, Serial Experiments Lane is made up almost exclusively of audio conversations between characters, so having those subtitles on screen to use for footage in this video is going to be helpful. By the way, through the web implementation, you can play the game in French, German, Japanese, Korean, Brazilian Portuguese, or Russian, not just English. The team is open to translating it into other languages too, so you can contact them on their GitHub page if you can provide that kind of support. A link to the website that hosts the game is in the description of this video.
I send this letter from a far shore you will never see. Little makes me happier knowing so. The bottle consumed you long ago. Took what little sense washed around that head of yours. I couldn't stand it no more. The whinging, the pissing about. I'll leave Marrowan, my home, to be free of you. Free of your misfortune. I wash my hands of you.
Help! I beg you!
Impressive that they've managed to reproduce it for browsers. You can save your progress and everything, which is great because 100%ing Serial Experiments Lane took me about 17 hours in total. After completing the game, I also read through the game manual as well as the official game guide, which for some reason was only in Chinese in the bundle I found on Internet Archive, so I had to use Google Translate for that. I was hunting for any other information or clues that would help me unravel this thing's mysteries. The number one thing I was interested in was finding any solid connections between the anime series story and the game story. I also captured a bit of the actual PS1 game to get some clean footage for certain parts of this video. After that, I cataloged my recorded footage. As we'll discuss later, the game is presented in a non-linear fashion, so I was attempting to piece together the story chronologically as best I could. Next, I read through Scenario Experiments Lane, the collected and annotated TV series screenplays by series composer and scriptwriter Chiaki Konaka. And when I say annotated, I mean that there are tons and tons of footnotes written by Konaka himself concerning the creation of the show and expanding upon ideas that the creators were interested in exploring. As with most creators who write non-linear, surreal, difficult to understand stories, Konaka isn't so keen on providing direct explanations to some of the more mysterious aspects of the narrative, but there's some interesting information and funny stories about the production in here. Then I read Visual Experiments Lane, which functions as a sort of art book, but also contains breakdowns of key points for each episode of the TV series. There's more information here that gives clearer answers to some of the mysteries of the show, but it still doesn't illuminate everything. As is stated several times throughout this book specifically, the creators meant for many aspects of the story to remain ambiguous, and even they don't have concrete answers for certain things. I then read An Omnipresence in Wired, more of a traditional art book with notes from original character designer and key animator Yoshitoshi Abe about the creation of various characters, devices, and locations throughout the series. An Omnipresence in Wired also contains a 19-page one-shot.
Are you ready? Why do we ask that before we do something we must? Let's go.
No.
Oh, smell of this place.
It's lovely.
Shot manga written and illustrated by Abe titled The Nightmare of Fabrication. Also, serendipitously, while I was in the midst of my research for this video, Japanese entertainment magazine Continue Motion Graphics' January 2025 issue hit newsstands on December 18th, 2024. And in this issue, number 85, is a 50-page retrospective on the entire Serial Experiments Lane franchise, including interviews with producer Yasuyuki Ueda and original character designer Yoshitoshi Abe. I had no idea this was going to come out when it did. I'd never even heard of this magazine before. I happened upon it when I was walking by my local Kinokuniya bookstore. Talk about fate. While reading through these supplemental materials, I watched several live-action and animated series connected to the main creators of Serial Experiments Lane. I also played through a few other PS1 games that were designed or written by some of Lane's creators. And I'll talk about all of these things when they become relevant. When I finally sat down to start...
Mother? Stop it! Enough! And I do not have this soft. This is the.
Raina. My Raina.
Spirits. I'm leaving.
Writing the script for this video, I watched Serial Experiments Lane again to capture clean footage from the 2010 Japanese Blu-ray re-release of the series. As I continued to write the script, I ended up watching Serial Experiments Lane again, this time with the English dub, which is surprisingly included on the 2010 Japanese Blu-ray re-release of the series. Funny thing, this Blu-ray collection features no subtitles or captions in either Japanese or English, which is pretty annoying, but is actually par for the course for a lot of Japanese anime releases. Even now, most of the more popular late-night anime series don't receive closed captioning, neither when they air on Japanese television nor when they get released in overpriced Blu-ray sets. It's downright insensitive. The pricing and the lack of consideration for the hearing impaired. The Lane Blu-ray set's pretty affordable though. As of this writing, you can get it for 9,590 yen, which is about $60 US. Again, at the current exchange rate at the time I'm writing this. It's available on Amazon Japan, and I'm pretty sure they deliver it internationally. So, you know, if you want a high-quality Blu-ray set and don't mind the lack of subtitles, but the inclusion of the English dub, then you should look into it. It's a better package than the Funimation Complete Series Classic DVD and Blu-ray combo set that I also own. Oh yeah, I watched the series again while I was editing this video too, just because, I don't know, just because I wanted to watch it again. So I watched the series 5 times over the course of making this video. But all of this to say that I did my homework and took a practically 6-week intensive course on everything Serial Experiments Lane and related that I could get my hands on to bring you this video. So I hope even the most hardcore of series fans learns at least one new thing during the length of this retrospective, I don't know, whatever you want to call this. But now, let's actually talk about Serial Experiments Lane, where it came from, and who created it. The creation of Serial Experiments Lane involves several key people, but the seed of the idea was an observation by producer Yasuyuki Ueda concerning the relationship between individuals and the faceless mass of humanity that surrounds us. There was no significance to focusing the story around the internet and technology. Ueda only saw these as tools that had become part of daily life, so to tell a modern story, it made sense to use them. The members of the production team he eventually assembled also happened to be techno-obsessed freaks as well, so that helped. The 90s saw the rise of the commercial internet, and it changed the way people can interact with each other on a global scale. Even though sites like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram were still quite a ways off, even MySpace wouldn't come into existence until 5 years after the series first premiered. The idea of social media was already proliferating in less centralized ways. Message boards, chat rooms, peer-to-peer servers. In fact, the phrase social media was coined in 1994 by a developer named Daryl Barry, as he was working on Matisse, a proto-social media environment that was meant to combine VR with text-based communication, in much the same way that The Wired functions in Serial Experiments Lane, and in much the same way that many science fiction authors envisioned the internet to function sometime in the near future. Yet here we are in the year 2025, still smacking our meat paws against keyboards and touchscreens. but the ways in which the internet changed a person's perception of not only their own self, but of others as well, were the origins of what would become Lane. So, Ueda wrote up a project document sometime in 1996. Looking through interviews both online and in those supplemental books that I mentioned earlier, it's clear that Serial Experiments Lane was a hugely collaborative effort. But who were these other weirdos involved in its creation? On the writing side of things, there was Chiaki Konaka, sometimes credited as Chiaki J. Konaka. The J comes from the biblical name John, a nod to his parents' affiliation with the Christian church, though Konaka himself has stated he doesn't identify as a Christian. Producer Yasuyuki Ueda stated in an interview for the magazine Fruits in the October 1st, 1998 issue that he and Konaka had crossed paths earlier on in their careers, and Konaka was a well-known writer at the time. As a
Misfortune? Me? Saltier than the sea, that bastard. Better off without him, I am.
Another pint, fair?
Huh? No.
scenario and scriptwriter, Konaka had previously worked on several Ultraman series in the 90s, including Ultraman Tiga, which I mentioned in my video Goichi Suda Syndrome, since there's a lengthy reference to Ultraman Tiga in Moonlight Syndrome. Konaka would go on to write the original video animation, or OVA series, Armitage III. The movie adaptation, Armitage III Polymatrix, was a staple of the Sci-Fi Channel's Saturday anime rotation in the late 90s. I re-watched Armitage III as part of my research for this video. It had probably been about 25 years since I'd last seen it, and I had fond yet vague memories of it. Turns out, it's not great. Its ideas and themes regarding the advancement of AI and robotic life forms are interesting, and the art direction and visuals are fantastic, but the actual plot is pretty weak. I mean, robots getting pregnant in this economy? Also in 1995, Konaka wrote the live-action television series Alice 6, which was directed by his younger brother, Kazuya Konaka. It concerns 6 models who are hired by a mysterious crew to pose for a photo shoot in the forest. The crew vanish during the shoot, and the girls find themselves pursued by a man in a white rabbit costume, and each episode sees them falling through several dreamlike scenarios. The series was part of a trend in Japan in the 80s and 90s called area code programming, wherein short series were created on shoestring budgets for local networks. Alice 6 was shot on location in Shizuoka Prefecture and aired only on local Shizuoka channels and some other local networks in surrounding prefectures. For a long time it was considered lost media, but shout out to Dazzy Rock on YouTube who managed to dig it up, and 11 of the 12 episodes have received an English fan translation. The last episode is just a bonus recap and cast interview segment, so I guess that's why there's no translation for it. Episode 11 is the end of the story. There's a link to the playlist of the English subtitled episodes in this video description if you want to check it out. It may or may not still be there depending on when you're watching this. I watched all 12 episodes of Alice 6 as part of my research for this video. Turns out, it's not great. It's low budget, nonsensical, and way too on the nose with its references to Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Just because I said it's not great though, doesn't mean I didn't enjoy it. Get ready for many extended photo shoot montages set to C-tier mid-90s Japanese pop tracks, and one episode consists almost entirely of an amateurish magic show performed for a group of younger kids, and everybody looks like they didn't rehearse the scene and are just goofing around during a school talent show or something.
I always guessed her fate, and I'm too old to become teary-eyed about the truth. I was overly harsh with you. My mother loved Cecil. My father. Too much of her. Our village was fine until my mother disappeared. You can guess, And now?
boat with one hand and smash it to pieces. That's stupid. They're not real.
Hush. Oh, spirits, where did I go wrong with these two?
Brutal. I like it.
Pyssi stvarno tossa. Edi pičku.
Kudos, Wanderer. Because of you, more celebrants can follow in your footsteps. The awakening is everywhere for the first time. That's all I ever wanted.
That will come in handy.
Ah, a warrior. How may I serve?
All the crying and worry of Gulran survivors are scaring off buyers.
Let's have some compassion.
wind favor you?
Herculean earthquake. Earthquake.
You will be back. The stars do not lie.
Winds, rat.
Fortune walks with you.
Something. It's actually really charming. Konaka also had some experience in video games, having written the visual novel / rock paper scissors style turn-based fighting game Alice in Cyberland, released on December 20th, 1996 for the PlayStation 1. I played Alice in Cyberland as part of my research for this video. Turns out, it's not great. Its plot and world aren't very interesting, and the combat system is frustratingly slow and boring. I don't really have anything else to say about it. It's not great, and I didn't enjoy playing it. There's also a 2-episode OVA series based on the game, but it didn't involve Konaka, so I didn't bother with it. One thing that's interesting about Armitage III, Alice 6, and Alice in Cyberland is that they all carry concepts that are reused frequently throughout Konaka's work. Chiefly the obsession with technology and how it affects our identity and sense of self, fragmenting us into different personas. There are also other superficial connections that Konaka himself points out in the footnotes of the first episode screenplay of Serial Experiments Lane in Scenario Experiments Lane. A version of the Navi computer system that's so prominently used in Lane was first introduced in Armitage III. I don't know if any of the characters in Armitage ever actually utter the phrase Navi, but according to Konaka, he used that name for the devices in his screenplays. The name Arisu, the phonetic pronunciation of Alice in Japanese, and one of Lane's classmates in the TV series, appears to be a favorite of Konaka's. You think there's enough Alice in Wonderland references in his mid-90s work? According to another footnote from Scenario Experiments Lane, he first used the name Arisu in an episode he wrote for the 1994 live-action anthology horror series Gakko no Kaidan, or School Ghost Stories. His episode was titled Zekkyo High School, or Screaming High School. I did not watch this episode during my research, because I couldn't find it. I found several of the films that spun off from this television series and an anime adaptation, but none of these involved Konaka, so I didn't bother. I did manage to find a scan of the episode screenplay on what I can only assume is Konaka's personal website, konaka.com that was last updated in 2010. And yeah, you can tell this site was built in 1997 and just left that way. What a trip. There are screenplays for 2 more Gakko no Kaidan episodes that Konaka wrote, as well as various other screenplays, including one he wrote for the Big O audio drama CD. He even wrote a scenario for an Alice in Cyberland 2 game, which was never made. Part 2 of this scenario is subtitled The Seventh Protocol. Those who've seen the Serial Experiments Lane anime will recognize this as the series' main MacGuffin. And I refer to it as a MacGuffin because that's how Konaka himself describes it in his footnote when the Seventh Protocol is introduced in the Episode 8 screenplay. The name Judy, Chisa Yomoda, and Reika, other classmates in Serial Experiments Lane, were first used in the Alice 6 series. Arisu, Judy, and Reika were then used as the names for the 3 protagonists in the Alice in Cyberland PS1 game. After watching and reading some of the different incarnations of these characters, I can say that there are some similar traits that Konaka gives to each version, but they're not meant to be the same character or create any kind of metaverse between his works. Thank God. Instead, I think it's simply that he likes using the same names over and over. Fair enough. For Lane's artwork and design, Ueda found Yoshitoshi Abe, who was a university student at the time. Ueda found his homepage while just browsing the internet one day, so the story goes, and contacted him to see if he'd be interested in becoming the lead artist on this new project Ueda was creating. Abe didn't hesitate to take the job, even though he had hardly any experience drawing manga at the time, let alone drawing the same character over and over again. And it goes without saying that he'd never worked on a game or TV series production before. It turned out to be a perfect fit though, and Abe not only designed almost all aspects of the visual presentation in Lane, from the characters to the machines and devices to the environments that the story would take place in, but he also gave his own ideas for character arcs and story beats. Though a novice in every sense of the word, he became an integral part of the production team, even taking on the role of key animator on several episodes. Serial Experiments Lane would launch Abe to a successful career throughout the early 2000s, where he would go on to create the series Mie Under 7, Haibane Renmei, and Technolize. That last one would reunite him with writer Chiaki Konaka. All of these series were produced by Yasuyuki Ueda as well. Junji Nakahara was chosen as director for the Serial Experiments Lane game, having worked on a previous Pioneer LDC game, Noel Not Digital. Noel Not Digital is another strange, operating system-based mixed media product released for the PlayStation 1 in 1996. It had 2 sequels, Noel La Neige, which is French for snow, and when you know it, the game takes place in winter, released on PlayStation 1, and Noel 3 on Saturn, with an enhanced port, Noel 3 Mission on the Line, released later on for the PlayStation 1 as well. The first 2 games, Not Digital and La Neige, were dating sims. However, unlike most Japanese dating sims where you interact with your digital love interests in person, inside the game world anyway, in Noel you make video calls to 3 girls that you met during summer break with the hope of having one of them confess to you by the end of the year. So it's like a long-distance dating simulation. It's a pretty complex game. By receiving messages and progressing through conversations with the girls, you learn their interests and their schedules. Noel features an in-game clock that can be advanced at will, but you can't go backwards in time. You need to call the girls at the right time of day, otherwise you'll get their answering machines. They have their own busy personal lives after all. Sometimes you need to wait for them to call you. While talking to them, key words will scroll by and need to be caught in order to further different conversation branches. Since everything is happening in real time, you have to catch the topics and then click on them to advance the conversation at the right moment. Just like in an actual conversation with someone, if you bring up something she doesn't want to talk about, broach a topic at the wrong time, or just don't respond with anything as she's talking, she may get irritated and even hang up on you. Relive the highlights of your own miserable love life by messing up phone conversations and crying in shame after hanging up. Unfortunately, yet unsurprisingly, given the amount of dialogue and the unique interface, it's never received a fan translation of any kind. Noel 3 abandons the dating sim format and instead has you hacking different security cameras inside your school, which has been taken over by a group of techno-terrorists, and you need to guide the other students to safety. Interesting note, Ryutaro Nakamura, director of the Serial Experiments Lane anime, directed the movie portions of Noel 3. Anyway, Junji Nakahara is credited as the planner and gameplay director on the first game, and after messing around with this thing, it's easy to see how the Serial Experiments Lane game came out the way it did. There are a few other key members of the creative team that were more heavily involved in the Serial Experiments Lane anime, so I'll talk about them when I get around to talking about the series. As I said earlier, Serial Experiments Lane was originally conceived as a video game. Yet, even from the outset, the creators knew they were using the term game only loosely. Very, very loosely.
私とだけ遊ぼう
What you see is what you get. There is nothing more to the Serial Experiments Lane game beyond navigating this large lane avatar up and down this cylinder of data and selecting nodes, hoping that they'll open up and reveal something to you. Gameplay consists of pressing left or right to highlight different nodes, turning the cylinder, and ascending or descending to different levels to try to access more nodes. All the while, the only music track you'll hear is the same music box style tune over and over and over. My god, it's maddening. This song starts out as an eerie backdrop and sets a particular mood, but very quickly wears out its welcome. It's only about 2 minutes long, and because you'll be hopping in and out of the node screens, which have no music by the way, it always restarts when you come back to the main area. I thought about looping it in the background for the entire length of this video to simulate a play session, but I'm not that cruel. No, I'm really not. When you start a new game, the node COU001 is highlighted. Selecting this node transitions to a screen with 3 keywords listed. There's a play button that's currently highlighted in the bottom left corner, so selecting play begins a conversation between a woman and Lane. It appears to be their first meeting, and the woman tries to break the ice by offering Lane a beverage. They discuss the qualities of Earl Grey tea, and that's about it for this conversation. After the recording ends, you have a few choices. You can try selecting one of the other keywords. These will transport you to different connected nodes that could be on any level of the cylinder and concern similar topics of conversation. But these nodes may or may not be accessible to you at this time. In fact, a lot of them just throw an error, especially early on. Or you can exit the node and continue exploring the current level you're on. After a node has been completed, it will turn gray, and this is how you keep track of your progress throughout the game. One thing to note, the PS1 version of the game had an autosave feature that would save after every completed node. The browser version does not, and you'll need to manually save your progress from the menu. If you decide to try out the browser version of the game, don't forget to save your progress often. In any case, the goal of gameplay is simple: turn all the nodes gray. There are several other things you're going to need to do to make that happen though. As I mentioned near the beginning, there are different types of nodes, all denoted by different abbreviations and numbers. The COU nodes are counseling recordings. The story of Serial Experiments Lane, the game, hinges on the monthly therapy sessions between Lane and her counselor, 27-year-old Toko Yoneda. DIA nodes are diagnosis recordings. These are Toko's summaries of the counseling sessions, which reveal a colder and more clinical attitude toward Lane as a patient, or client as Toko calls her. And, I mean, I guess that's only natural. The diagnosis recordings are meant to be sent to her supervisor, and this is her job after all. But it's interesting to hear the illusion of friendliness and camaraderie that Toko tries to project toward Lane in the counseling sessions shattered by these professional observations. There are also TDA nodes. These are Toko's diary, where we learn more about her personal life and her own feelings about Lane and her work. Naturally, the diary entries are more confessional and reveal another side to Toko's character. They also detail several subplots that aren't related to Lane at all. Lane also begins keeping a diary at the behest of Toko, and these are labeled as LDA nodes. Lane's diaries detail her home and school life, as well as reflect on some of the counseling sessions. Much like with Toko's diary, there are entire subplots here that have no connection with the counseling. Then there are DC, or digital camera nodes. These are animated cinematics, produced by Triangle Staff, the same studio that would go on to produce the anime. Here, the character designs look slightly different. This is because they were created based off of Abe's original designs by Hitoshi Haga. while the anime series character designs were handled by Takehiro Kishida. These animated sequences connect to some of the counseling sessions and diary entries at times, but mostly end up telling a separate story that becomes important toward the very end of the game. Chiaki Konaka, who originally worked on the overall composition of the game's story and wrote the screenplay for the animated segments, moved on to writing the screenplays for the anime when the game entered full production. So the writing of all the dialogue in the game was done by Hideko Shimizu. And I have to say, with the game's more intense focus on characters and conversation, Shimizu's more naturalistic writing style works far better than Konaka's minimalistic approach to dialogue. Conversations in the game are rich with nuance and characters hiding their true intentions, especially in the conversations between Lane and Toko. Hearing their talks and then hearing Toko's diagnosis, then hearing her personal thoughts in her diary entries, then hearing Lane's thoughts in her own diary, it weaves a complex web of a relationship, far greater in depth than anything done in the anime. Though, to be fair, the anime had different aims, and I think Konaka's writing there is brilliant and fits what they were going for perfectly. Continuing on with the nodes though, there are a few that don't divulge more of the story but are essential for making progress in the game. The first of these are the SSKN nodes, which stand for Saisei-kun. Saisei has several different meanings in Japanese: restoration, regeneration, reclamation, recall. Any one of these translations could be a good fit for these nodes because they're upgrades, which allow Lane to access more nodes. Remember how some nodes wouldn't open or would actively attack Lane? These upgrades allow you to bypass their locks and defense mechanisms. Along with that, there are gate nodes, which are gate passes. You'll need to collect 4 of these to access the next cylinder. That's right, the current cylinder where the game starts is labeled as Site A, and there are 22 levels. There's also a Site B, but you need to collect all 4 gate passes in order to access it. Site B contains a few more SSKN nodes and only has 13 levels. On the PS1 version of the game, Site A was on Disc 1 and Site B was on Disc 2. You swap between them by opening the menu and selecting Change once you've collected all 4 gate passes. In the browser version, this swap happens automatically after a short loading screen. There are also P2 nodes, each corresponding to a different body part of the Polytan doll. A 3D render that may or may not hold any significance to the overall story, but completing the doll unlocks more nodes, so collecting all of its parts is essential to completing the game. If all of this doesn't already sound complicated enough, even after you've collected all of the upgrades, gate passes, and Polytan parts, certain nodes will not unlock. And not all of the nodes that do unlock are visible at first glance. Some only appear after listening to other nodes, and the ones that then appear may not unlock right away. There are also bonus scenes that play if you stay idle on each level of the cylinders. Some of these will play conversations that you'll gain access to later, but others will play more animated cutscenes outside of the DC nodes that show different parts of the story that were hinted at in diary entries, or just other bizarre moments. And so, this is how the game goes, traversing the cylinders, attempting to open nodes, listening to conversations and diary entries, watching short movies, collecting upgrades, trying to move forward. The numbers on the nodes put them in chronological order, but not all of them are accessible in chronological order. Also, they are only in chronological order in relation to nodes of the same type. Yet the overall story is broken up between all of these different types of nodes. What this means is piecing together when certain events take place between the counseling sessions, diary entries, and movie clips is difficult as you're playing through the game. This is intentional on the part of the creators. There's a linear story here, but you're not meant to experience it in a linear fashion. In fact, as we'll see later, even attempting to cut up recorded footage of a playthrough and place all of the different types of nodes in the exact chronological order in which they all take place proves to be a very difficult task, because there are intentional gaps in the narrative. There are a couple different ways to tackle the game as well. You could attempt to move through the levels in order, backing out of node screens and scouring the cylinder for the next numerical node, or you could use the keyword system and piece together the story through its themes in a more abstract way. The choice is yours. I'll say this, though the characters and the narrative are interesting and engaging, playing through the game to try to piece the story together is a test of patience. For every video I make, I take extensive notes while playing through games and capturing footage. Since I was playing through this game in a browser, this is what that process looked like. I'd access a node, write down its alphabetic and numerical code, and write a brief description of what the conversation or movie clip was about. This was work. It was like having a data entry job, and it only became more tedious as the playthrough wore on. Now, I knew I'd be making a video, so having all of these notes and timestamps and everything clearly labeled was essential. But even without all of this, actually playing Serial Experiments Lane can be pretty monotonous. I'd recommend just going with the flow, trying to follow keywords, not worrying about what nodes unlock and which ones don't, and just letting the narrative wash over you. Eventually, in Site B, on either levels 12 or 13, you'll reach the final Counseling, Diagnosis, DC, Toko's Diary, and Lane's Diary nodes. Each of these will trigger an ending cutscene.
Bog je.
Kuda ti? Vikend, da?
Vikend. Valjda sam danas ponovo instalirao onaj Twisted Path Renew. Valjda su je puno poboljšali od do sad. Sad je izašao nekakav novi 1.0.
Da.
Znači, čekaj Milane.
Da.
Grafički, pa jedno rekao bi barem za 3 koplja bolje.
A dobro, ono što smo mi igrali ranije, to je bilo sirovo, ono baš nije ličilo ni ništa.
Ne, grafički sad nekakvu drugu mapu su dodali, oružje i to sve izgleda perfektno, stvarno. Još da dodaju ono što sam rekao, da se vidiš gdje si na mapi, ja ti vjerujem da bi bilo jedno.
Mislim da je to deo dizajna, da nemaš pojma da si na mapi. To ti je kao, si igrao Tarkov, bar malo.
Pa jesam,
a ne znaš da si na mapi, jel tako?
To me živcira.
Imaš mapu i onda gledaš, ne znam, Big Mami. I onda pogledaš gdje si ti, aha, jedno ih Big Mami tamo, znači ja sam ovdje.
Da, stoji, ali to mi se ne da, to mi je patnja samo.
Tarkov ti je nova igra pa nema tu opciju. To je nameran deo dizajna igre.
Ali velim ti, grafički, oružje, animacije punjena oružja. Sad smo dodali smo nekakvu pušku, baš sam danas igrao s njom. Znači metneš barut unutra, metneš kuglicu, to nabije sa šipkom.
A, blunderbuss.
Da, ali imaju i svi drugi, znači koji ubijaš, imaju takvu pušku, onda se svi tam nešto muvaju da napune pa ovo. Ali velim, jedan metak ga ubije, ono, odmah.
Ali domet je tipa vjerojatno 10-20 metara.
Ne znam, ja sam ga ubio s tak 10-20 metara. Ali velim, grafički, pogotovo ova druga mapa što su napravili je, ne mogu reći, stvarno, tapa dole. Još kad sam stavio na ultru, ono, izgleda mrak.
Lepo. Mene interes... Da.
Ne, velim, još jedno. 3-4 mjeseca, 5, mislim da bi onda to.
Da, do pola godine još.
Šta, za Han?
Ne, 35 nam.
Kakav Han, danas sam slušao, slušao sam na YouTube-u
Psycho Ghost.
Postavio video da se Han raspada, da je gotovo.
A, zavisi koga gledaš. Koga si gledao, jesi gledao možda onoga, kako se zove, Huge, ako je Huge ima neke clickbait naslove. Ne znači da nije u pravu, ali on je ono baš...
Treba gubiti za to.
Ne znam.
Ma ne,
navodno da...
Ne, pa treba pucati u glavu za clickbait.
Počeli su...
To ti je radi kao... Da, izvoli.
Veli da su počeli navodno i ljude otpuštati.
Otpustili su 15% ljudi. Od 400 zaposlenih. Koliko to je? 60 zaposlenih.
Ma dobro, ali ja mislim da...
Trebali su da rade Crysis 4. Ali Crysis 4 ti znaš ko bi kupio Crysis 4? A ti ne bi sigurno, ne bi ni Milan. Nego biste ga skinuli piratskog da probate koliko imate frame-a u igri.
Ja ti ne skiram piratske.
I to je to, ne bi više pare zaradili od Crysis 4, znaš. A Hunt je igra koja je multiplayer i koja pravi lovu. Svaki put kad izbaci onaj jebeni eventi, kad izbacuju te DLC-eve, to se prodaje, razumeš, za lovu i to isto.
Ma mislim da i ne čak, mislim da se ovako pogledaju sad u zadnjih 6 mjeseci koliko ljudi je igralo Hunt.
Uvijek ti igra ista količina ljudi. Igrači ti traže, nije sad da ja branim uopšte, ne treba kraj tek uopšte iko da brani. Nego samo ti kažem, ljude nerviraju određene stvari koje već godinama nisu rešene. Na primjer, ono što je rekao isto Boris Makić prije neki dan. Ti imaš opciju da, fali ti opcija u igri da, recimo, ako ja i ti hoćemo igrat, i nećemo sad, recimo, da vučemo Milana da igra, recimo, ja s njim nešto...
Da dodamo trećeg.
Da dodamo trećeg nasumiču, da nam nađe nekog.
Da, kužim.
To već godinama ljudi traže, nema ništa od toga. Evo sad kao, imao si taj kao neki, ne znam da li si Psycho Ghost napravio klip o tome. I jedino, sve što su rekli bilo je pozitivno, jedino ništa opet nisu rekli o serverima. Što već ide, ja mislim, svima na živci.
Ne, serveri su bili okej, dok nisu pustili Kineze na evropskim serverima.
A Kineze i...
Pa Kinezi kupuju akaunte za igru, znaš. Kako se zove, ti ih banuješ Kineza, on kupi još jedan akaunt.
Kaži.
Molim lepo. Evo i Boris.
Boži.
Ma ne.
Jesi ti koji ne znaš igrat Hunt.
Molim te Milane.
Nema cheatera u Huntu, ali tako?
Nema.
Pitaj Milan, on zna, on igra s ovim Rusima, oni definitivno nisu cheateri, ali tako?
Boris, sad jedva baci koju, Boris.
Nemoj, molim te, znači.
Ajmo onda
neka
dole.
Ih ima i 500 miliona. Nemoj, molim te da lupaš gluposti, znači.
Aj dole.
Čovječe vi...
Aj stiđi dole.
Šta je? Kako je vikanje u pitanju? Sad ste utarali Boris. A ne, ne. I sad je on otišao tamo kod njih, jel? Ako. Šta je bila tema razgovora? Da mi...
Kinez živi u Evropi.
Da, ima mnogo Kineza, da, evo ja znam, evo ovaj što radi u kineskom China shopu. On 100% igra Han Shodan, jel tako? Pitaj sad kako još, vi ste malo mesto, jel tako, nemate ne znam koliko stanovnika. Možda 1000, jel? Pa da, 1002. I imate bar jednu prodavnicu kinesku, jel tako? Nemate više, dobro, bile. Ajde, sledeće.
Kinez je sjebao. Nije jadio kako treba.
Dobro, aj sledeće nešto ima, jel tako, odmah pored. Idi tamo i pitaj da li igraš Han Shodan. Ništa u životu glupije. Jeste. Jeste. Pa ima vremena da hakuju Han Shodanu, a ne da radi, jel da? Da, i svi oni Rusi protiv kojih mi igramo u Evropi, znaš, svi oni žive i rade u Srbiji. Ne u Evropi, nego u Srbiji rade. Sve neki Srbi. Rusi, crtica. Stvarno kad lupi, znači, nevjerovatno.
Ne, ali to neko ko volim. Ja nisam vidio da neko...
Ruski kauboj. Praktično.
To što nas Rusi valo i to nema veze. A Amerikanci? Nema veze. To je ipak ruski kurac što mi ne.
Znaš, kako ti razmišljanje kod Srbina? Bolje nek nas jebe ruski kurac nego američki. Ipak su kao naši.
Neću da budem jeban.
Neće niko da me jebe, faul. Glupi komunisti. Komunisti godinama posle pada komunizma u Srbiji i dalje su živi. Jaoj. Juče je Slavko bio na poslu, igrali smo Helldivere 2 i mislim da se ja hostovo bio i on se priključio, ali nije znao da na toj planeti gdje je taj Major Order, gdje su bube, da imaš tu neku mutaciju, znaš. Imaš mnogo više, svaki onaj čopor buba ima one stalkere nevidljive, koji su mnogo jači, čak varijacija njihova, imaš predator kao stalkere, i imaš regularne one bube, one huntere, koji su također nevidljivi. Sve u svemu, ako igraš sam, znaš, ako pokušavaš da soliraš mapu kao što većina vas igra svaku mapu. Ja sam ga gledao pogine 3-4 puta ako ne ti si. Na kraju sam rekao Slavko, pošto nije koristio Discord nego je preko Steam Deck koristio na in-game. Rekao sam Slavko, molim te vrati se kod mene, nemoj da ideš sam po mapu. Znači gdje god se makneš metar stvoriti se buba, ona stalker izalezio i samo tu ubije. Mene je isto danas kad sam igrao. Ako nema igrača pored tebe, razumeš, znači samo te okruže i razumeš i stealtha te koknu. 2 udarca mrtvo. Vreme reakcije ti ne postoji nikako.
Juče mi se bio sjebo nešto. Ja sam otišao s vama, ostavio sam ga na 67-70 hiljada demića.
Šta, kark?
Sam seo ujutru, uopće nije radio te gleda. Snimao sam ovo da pocepam diod.
Ja mislim da nije to do tebe, da nisu radili neki stealth patch.
Moguće.
Nešto su samo isključili što možda je davalo više DPS-a nego što treba. Ne, uopšte nije do tebe. Kako je to ove zime?
I sad sam izmenio i sad radi ono. Da sam i tanki i to sve. Ono je bio samo čist DPS. Ovako malo bolje.
Misliš, nema razlike između jednog udarca i 2 udarca, i dalje umiru.
Pa mislim, samo dovoljno desni klik držim sve na to.
Na šta ti bacaš neke munje?
Pa da.
Pretpostavio sam da je munje. Što mislim da to svi furaju. Ima neka fora i sa vatrenim kuglama. Da? Archer.
Ja sam trebao da igram ono još uvijek igram.
Da. Minion build, šta, da?
I ajde bez da promenu na tom. I ono Witch Hunter sam uzeo. Nisam se zajedno, da sam uzeo ono Gambler legionare. Ono je tek život, ono je tek čisti. Ludački.
Šta je to? To je specijalizacija.
A da. Nije normalno da lik koji je namenjen da bude...
Range.
Da puca, da uzme stav i da leti po cijeloj mapi da bije sve živo.
Šta je to? Legionar? To ti je kao melee varijanta, Witch Hunter ti je ono range.
Pa i on bi trebao isto da bude range, ali da mogu da ga igraju na ovaj način.
Pa mogu. Zato je drugačije od Diabla i Lost Arka i sličnih igara, zato što možeš da budeš kreativan koliko ti dozvoljava, ono, taj passive skill tree.
Take it back from... Let it in.
Ja si toliko para potrošio na opremu da to nije normalno. Ja mu kažem prije nego što kupiš nešto, pitaj, savjeti se.
Pitaj, reći ti ja.
Kad nešto ne znam, ja moram i pitam, znači ko zna. Nije samote da se pita, jel? Niti ću ja da mislim da on ne zna igra.
Nešto kao loše o njemu, da. Ne, okapiram.
A u njemu je to...
Ispod časti da prizna nešto, a?
Such power.
Juče sam iskraftao mape. Samo sam te mape pričali. Padali mu stali samo tako.
That will come in handy.
Mora su noži,
Ne znam, ako sam ja dobro shvatio, ako dobro specijalizuješ taj Atlas 3 možeš da dobiješ zajebano dobre stvari. A njega baš to izgleda ne interesuje previše.
Nije toliko bitan taj Atlas 3.
Nije?
Bitne su kule.
Dobro, misliš da kulu kao markiraš jednom, šta?
Da, otvoriš 4-5 kula.
Koje su ti okolo na toj mapi, dobro, i?
Znači ideš sa najslabijim mapom dok ne otvoriš 4-5 kula. I onda ti kule napuniš sa onim tabletima. Recimo ima onaj kao tablet, gledaš da na njemu ima quantity of item.
A koliko traju ti tableti?
Za 10 mapa.
Samo 10 mapa. Nije to malo.
Pa nije.
A tih 10 mapa, koliko možeš kupiti opet tih tableta?
Pa možeš, svako tih mapa biti vjerojatno i vrati.
Pa prepostavljam, čini si rekao 10 jevi ga, od tih 10 mapa jedna ti da drugi tablet, opet si dobar. Prepostavljam.
Ali padaju ti tableti dosta. To nije problem.
A tableti ti menjaju modifajere na mapama, vjerojatno.
I to sam rekao, on te tablete nije uzimao. Ja mu kažem, Dragane, to može košati po 2-3 divajna. A, može ovo ono. I kad sam učistio onaj stash, kad sam stavio te neke stvari na prodaju kad je video, je bilo dobro. Ali dobro, ja sam pojel govno, eto, nisam znao i bacio sam onu...
Ogrlicu. Da. Misliš, nije ti izgledalo ne znam koliko dobro. Bonus 100 na sve osobine.
Gledam... Kome ovo treba, evo, ovo niti ima ono attack damage.
Ne vredi ti na početku igre. Bog zna šta.
U suštini, to vredi, ta ogrlica, ne vredi za sekara.
Ne vredi. Ne vredi.
Nekome vredi je ovaj, volju. Njemu to vredi.
Da ne bi trošio poene da kupuješ strength, kao zove, dexterity i intelligence, jel tako?
Da.
Nego da se fokusiraš samo na snagu.
Njemu to vredi dosta.
It is done.
Feast, lamb, feast.
Eto, sinoć jedan lik prodavao build za koliko, za 800 divajnova.
Čita build, sve iteme za build, šta?
Sve iteme. I ja ga pitam ono, za par savjeta. I lik ono, pa ja mu kažem, ja nemam toliko divajnova, jer može neki savjet, ovo ono, lik može. I objasni mi tako neke savjet, to.
Šta za atribute koje koristiš u tom buildu ili tako nešto?
Pa da. Da neke moći mi nisu potrebne i to.
Misliš ili ne skaliraju sve dobro? Ne daju ti toliko DPS-a koliko ti misliš da daje?
A da, ne treba mi toliko recimo shield.
A energy shielda ti ne treba, ne znam, 50.000. I koliko je po njemu optimalna veličina ovako? 9.000.
Sam jednu moć koja ti dodaje, kad ubijaš neprijatelje,
Boostuje ti shield.
ideš i skupljaš one njihove duše i kad ti pravi shield.
Da, ali on ti je rekao da.
On mi je rekao, to ti nije potrebno jer uglavnom retko šta može da dođe do tebe, da ti treba toliko shielda. I ja posebno uzem gledam koliko što kaže. Teško da može paže me ubije nešto. Jedino da me pazim i to.
Misliš da se zaletiš ono?
Ili da me recimo zavede, ili da me krenu da mi biju physic damage. Physic damage je trenutno u igri, ne postoji zašto. Zato što jebeni armor jebeno ne radi.
Da. To sam skonto. Gledao sam ljude koji više malo igre igru nego ti i ja, koji su radili merenja da vide koliko je efikasan armor i nije baš efikasan. Kao efikasan je protiv slabih udaraca. Ali ono što ti elita baci, to se računa kao strong attack i protiv toga te kao neće zaštititi. Bridževa ili Bričeva? Bridge, zato što kad Kesić kaže bridge, onda ga ja pitam kakvi mostovi. Je li to neki most fizički na mapi ili šta je to? A to je zapravo onaj bridge event, je li to? Pa to. I onda više ga ni ne pitam da li je to most, onda skontao sam da misli na to kao ti eventi koji se dešavaju, koji ti donose bolji loot.
On je ovako loš lik, samo što ima problem da se sluša savjet. Ne znam, ona misli da misliš da je sad upad je bitno, da je ispod tebe ili šta. Sam mu više puta rekao, ja ti ne mislim zlo. Ti kažem, kako da otprilike treba, ti radiš šta hoćeš. Tvoj lik, tvoja stvar. I ono što bi trebalo da urade, jeste da ubace peta, jer stvarno nema smisla da mora da kliknem na svaki jebeni materijal.
Jebeni Diablo to ima. Misliš da ti recimo skupi makar... Čekaj, na koliko misliš na materijal? Da ti skupljaš šta div... Mislim, mnogo...
Craft materijale i to. Ne mora mi skuplja ovo, ali sitne craft materijale, gold i teko se.
Aha, ono najosnovnije što može, što bukvalno nema težinu ili ide automatsko inventar. Verujem da ti nisi jedini koga to nervira.
U pojedinim mapama bude toliko to čak i kad smo ovaj filter uključili da bude ono striktno na endgame dalje i na full course. Dajte me nešto. Šta? Neki lik poginuo, a pa mu mire opkalande.
Misliš, ubije toga neprijatelja i poginao.
Poginuo po svake konekte. Po Z,
Da se lik frapirao.
mogu zamisliti 1000 divajna.
Ja bi radije da mi ne pokazuje ništa. Šta mi je palo, nego da mi igra ono, nabije kurac. Kao evo ti, evo ovo si propustio.
Ne, nemaš. Eto, idemo mi se još. Aj misiju ni malo, molim. Dole. Da popijem jedan delfin. Šta? Malo nema ništa. Ajde, ajde.
Precious stones, beautifully cut.
You've returned. No. I know, my dear. Now, just give me. There. Oh, Yoon?
What? Where? Oh. Better, I think.
There's no need to apologize. I never expected you to be fine. After everything, she seems to be calming down.
Wait, I have a favor to ask.
A warrior. Wind favor, my friend. Sold. Fight hard, eh? Make the doubles pay.
Sinoć smo gledali onaj horror film, ja, Kecman, Drakula je počeo, ali nije izvršio. I moj brat, isto. Nosferatu 2024.
Do you feel it?
Perhaps a prize inside. Till our roads cross again.
Osjetim da sam igrao Diablo 4 peške. Da sam prešao čitavu igru i da samo da dobio konja. Znači krv mi priključao.
Šta će ti na kraju?
Pa dali su mi konja kad sam prešao skoro čitavu kampanju, kad sam otvorio sve. Sve one waypointe, teleporte, sve sam otvorio. E onda sam dobio konja. Idiotlu. Znači otišao sam peške kroz svaki dio mape. I gdje je bio da se otvorio na tvrđava, tu imaš teleport, gdje je bio da se neko selo jebeno, neka vukujebina, gdje si imao teleport, sve se otvorio, peške. Iz jednu drugu zonu sam se vukao. I kad sam sve završio, ja da sam uzeo da radim kampanju. Bila malo plako, ali dobro.
Over here! Help! Protect me!
You saved my life.
Mi se volimo, due naše, ničeg nema se lađe. Skozgon. Tjef. No.
Let us consider the cards once more.
Ne treba ništa. Hvala vi. Moj dobri ljudi.
Sinoć me doda neka na jebenom disku. I krene na page kao I am kao nije kontaktni kreator, kao ona pravi skinove bla 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 za streamovanje.
Da.
Kao možda se dogovorimo oko još ja kažem mršku. Kao pitanje koliko streamovi to.
Da.
Kažem koliko streamujem da se ubiju.
Ja streamujem svaki dan kad odem u klozet. Halo? Da?
Dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
Radiš?
Jedno sam čuo telefon, bio u sobi u ome...
Evo ja imam jednu malu molbu za tebe, ako možeš da nam pomogneš. Iva kad igra igricu kod Petra na kompjuter, to te Petar zvao, ali ti nisi dopustio da ti Petar objasni. Nešto se pregriva kompjuter i samo zabotuje i zamrzne se slika, ono bukvalno samo budu kockice. Da li bi ti to nekako mogao da dođeš sa mojim mužem koji trenutno leži, da vidite šta je s tim kompjuterom?
Čekaj, jel sutra svi, jel sutra Petar kući?
Nije, radi.
Ajde, doći sad.
Ajde, ljubite kuma tvoja, hoćeš da pravimo palačinke?
Večeras,
Evo, sad ću odmah da ih zamutim i peći ih u pizza pekač, ajde?
Dobro,
Ajde, kume, molim te, kad se za svaki dogovor. Ajde, ajde, čao.
Oh my god. Kume se. Anyone seen leaks for upcoming patch? Ovo je 2023. What? Ode do kuma. Ne znam da li mu treba grafička, poneći mu grafičku u staro, možda mu to pomogne.
Može, jednostavno nešto...
Kaže da mu se pregreva. Ja mislim da se ne pregreva, ali ajde.
A je on kamion belada, čim 50 minuta pregreva.
Sve se pregreva se. Juče sam gledao, CPU cooler mi je bio na maksimalnom broju obrtaja, neki 1000 obrtaja, mislim da je. Temperatura procesora nikad to što sam vidio. Nikad. Ni na jedan Ryzen nisam na toku temperaturu. 73 stepena. Nešto u vezi kod Diablo 4. Vjerojatno ima neki memory leak ili nešto nije u redu s igrom. Znaš, od zadnjeg patcha. Nešto pravi, vjerojatno neku grešku sa... Oni su kao nerfovali damage svim klasama, ali vjerojatno, neće kako Blizzard piše svoje igre, vjerojatno ima neki bug malo jači. I ljudi su to provalili. Ako se nađeš na serveru da neko eksploituje taj neki glitch, bukvalno ti igra tebi, iako ti fizički ne vidiš toga lika. Znači tebi igra, razumeš, ima užasne performanse.
A gleda neku performans servera?
Iznenađenje, nemaš uopšte opciju da biraš servere, znaš, u Diablo 4. Znaš, Evropa, Azija, što će reći da sljedeći logičan zaključak je da su svi serveri najvjerojatnije u Americi, jel' tako? Budući da nemaš selekciju servera. Znači, jedan jedini server, njihov, i kako god obrni, okreni, latencija ti je, smatra se ti je dobra latencija, čini se oko 50 milisekundi. I to ti je kao normales. I sva govna i gluposti potiču od toga. I opet ne mogu da razumijem ljude koji uzmu i sebe podvrgavaju, razumeš, mentalnoj torturi koja se zove, razumeš, hardcore karakteri. To ti rade ovi streameri zarad kontenta i gluposti, razumeš.
I ovdje isto. Bude taj hardcore, jako ne znam šta im to znači.
Ali to bi bilo okej kao izazov. Da ti igraš offline igru, kao što je nije Path of Exile, nego Last Epoch. Last Epoch je igra koju možda igraš online, znaš i sam igrao si. Možeš da staviš solo offline. Sad progresi na hard disku na kao offline serveru i to ti je to. Laga nema, to što igraš lokalno. To možeš da probaš da igraš i ako se nešto desi, najvjerojatnije si ti kriv. Ne može biti igra nikako. 90% slučajeva si ti kriv, ne igra. Ako igraš online igru, jebi ga, onih 90% je najvjerojatnije konekcija u pitanju serveri. Onih 10% je tvoja greška. Jer niko neće svjesno biti hardcore karakter. Zato ne mogu da ih svarim kad ih gledam da igre sa hardcore karakterima. U online režimu. Ode do kumara. Uzdravljenje. Čujemo se. Ajmo, boys!
Marshmallow Man. Welcome to my channel. Cactus time. Welcome to my channel.
fine. This fine weather brought only crap in front of my house. Sorry, I woke up early. I'll hit the bed early, so. Oh, look at that. Now watch this.